breaking through here, breaking through. So what we have here is we have here today. I'm gonna try to make you people understand that when I decided to buy a drone, I was given advice from about many people, probably going upwards of 6 people. All of those people, and I'm going to pass that advice on to you, all of those people, one of the primary pieces of advice was to, first, you have to find a budget. But secondly, you have to find what your budget will purchase. And the way to do that is to know what your budget is, number one. In my case, I asked for donations towards my objective goal of $900, which was originally going to cover the cost of my trip, plus the cost of the drone. That would have been if I bought a $100 drone. But after listening to the advice that people gave me, in 2 parts. One is to know your budget. Well, my budget, we went way over budget. But the most important piece of advice was to watch YouTube videos about drones, what they do, how they work, how they function, what functionalities they have on each individual drone. What functionalities do you need where you live? What possible future problems you can have flying a drone where you live, if there are obstacles or bodies of water or trees or mountains. And then the distances that you think you're going to need to cover. That's probably the most important piece of single information for the low-end drones. How far do you want your drone to fly? Now, the specs on the drones on Lazada, which is where I bought my drone from, they're not exactly accurate. They're approximations under the most beneficial circumstances, but never are you going to get those kind of results. Just one, for instance. On the drone that I eventually purchased, the Mavic Mini 2. Okay, I'll read the specs for the Mavic Mini 2. The DJI Mavic Mini 2. It says that it has a range of 5 kilometers. Well, actually, it says 10 kilometers on one article and 5 kilometers on the other. However, if you were to fly 5 kilometers with the drone, the battery would die before you got back if it was going against the wind. Now, if it was going with the wind, you could go 5 kilometers, but on the way back, it would be going against the wind. The battery has a severe possibility of dying on the way back. 10-kilometer post that they put when they sell the drone, that's just, I don't know what that is. That's not real. So nobody in any review that I ever watched got more than 5 kilometers away from their home base and then brought the drone back. And at that point, they have about 15 to 21% of battery life. So 10 kilometers is out. 5 kilometers is okay if there's no wind. If there's severe wind, you're not going to make it back at 5 kilometers. So if you plan on going 5 kilometers, you're just out of luck. There isn't a drone in the $500 or $600 range that would do that. You have to buy an extended battery. So standard battery may get you 5 kilometers with no wind, but if you buy the Fly More combo package with the extended battery, that's an additional $150 for the package. However, with the Fly More combo package, see, this is what I was saying. The options are endless. With the Fly More combo package, you get 2 additional batteries. Two additional batteries. They're about this big. They're about that big. 2 additional batteries. Plus you have 1 in the drone. So you have 1, 2, 3 batteries. And you get a charging unit. This is for an additional $150. You get a charging unit that you can slip all 3 batteries into and charge them from a standard phone charger, or you could charge them from your computer. But your phone charger, I think it's 5 volts, could take up to 4.5 plus hours to charge it with a regular 5-volt phone charger. Now, is that a good option? That's an option I strongly suggest. The Fly More combo pack. No matter what drone it is, it's going to ask you, do you want the Fly More combo pack? And that always includes 2 more batteries and a charger when you're talking about a DJI, a Delta Jericho India Mavic, or Delta Jericho India drone. The Fly More combo pack is a definite, you should buy that. So when you're looking at a base price of a drone at $500 or $450 with 1 battery, what you're going to get is, here is another misnomer when it comes to the advertising of drones. For the DJI Mini 2, it says you're going to get 28 minutes of flight time out of a battery, but you're not. Every video I watched never gave the impression that you're going to get more than 21 minutes out of a battery. So I don't know where the manufacturer comes up with these stats, and that's why everybody suggested that I watch as many YouTube videos as possible. So for the last 4 days, I probably watched 25 hours of drone videos. Now, I'm not an expert. All I know now is that what the stated advertisements on these drones is a lot more complex than the actual drone, what you're going to get with the drone. And if you know nothing about drones, you really need to watch as many videos as possible. Just watch them. Don't try to remember everything. Just watch them, because it's important information. I got to go to my homepage to make sure. I just want drones, and for some reason this topic, drones and trolls, they have a symbiotic relationship. So because some of you people, trolls, you believe for some reason that I have to keep your schedule in my life. I don't have to do that. I don't have to. You know what? I should. I want to. I want to keep the trolls' schedules. And here's how we can make that happen. You trolls that haven't been blocked already, because I have a rule. If you've been blocked, you stay blocked. You're not coming back on my channel under those names that were blocked. I have a rule. If you want to impress upon me your beliefs and your wishes, of course, your well wishes, then what you should do is donate. Every time you have a suggestion or have a question a question. You have a question, that's what the Super Chat button is for. You have a suggestion, that's what the Super Chat button is for. Many people have used the Super Chat button with very good results. Pretty much anybody that's ever used the Super Chat button has had their comment read back in full and the proper amount of thought given to their comment. Now, I don't require my personal friends, my previous Super Chatters, or my Patreon members to make a pledge every time they comment. I'm pretty much know who all of them are. So they can comment and ask as many questions as they like. But the trolls, I was inundated with trolls last week. If I registered every troll comment, and I want to register every troll comment. I want to repeat the words. I want to repeat their thoughts, but I also want them to understand that in order to repeat their comments, it should be accompanied with a Super Chat. That I have to tell you up front. So that's why I went to my homepage. So far, so good. No trolls. It's a no troll day. So going back to the specifications of the different various drones. So first of all, I did the most important piece of advice, most important piece of advice I got was from none other than the Bedroom Brawler. The Bedroom Brawler pointed out to me, out of my ignorance, out of my complete knowledge, no understanding of what drones were. The Bedroom Brawler pointed out to me that if I wanted to circumvent the parameter of his island, I wouldn't be able to do it with a $100 drone and one battery. That was what got me started with the batteries. Because if you're going to try to survey an entire island with a drone, one battery is not enough. It's just not enough. So that little piece of advice, although it came from the Bedroom Brawler, was a very good piece of advice. I want to thank the Bedroom Brawler for that piece of advice. So what I did was, then I started pushing the button on the Fly More combo pack with the additional batteries. Now, there are additional batteries, and then there are additional batteries. The additional battery, two more that come with the Fly More combo pack. One is in the Mini SE2. I mean, in the Mavic Mini 2. Mavic Mini 2. One of the additional batteries only gives you an additional 21 minutes of flight time. It says 28, but it's a false statement. But the other battery is supposed to give you 41 minutes. It's a higher capacity battery, and it gives you 36 minutes of additional flight time. So when you add up 21 and 21, that's 42, plus 36 is 72 plus 6. That's 78 minutes of flight time. That's math, by the way. That was where I added up those numbers in my head. That's math. So that's real math. That's not the kind of math that we've been reviewing on Roberto's channel. Roberto, that was a funny clip if you get to watch this video. So, see, we have somebody here that's going to just keep posting, hi, Michael, hi, Michael, hi, Michael. Again, if you want your comment read, accompany it with a Super Chat, or just watch the video and enjoy the show. So, it's not mandatory, but it would be good for you if you want to be heard. We have people, oh God, we have lots of people that come and watch my show. Like, we'll just take, for instance, a guy named John, whose last name began with a P. For 9 years, he's come to my videos and asked me questions every day. For 9 years, I answered all of his questions. Has he ever given me a thumbs up? I've seen him come on my channel when there were only 4 or 5 people and leave a comment with no thumbs up. And then when he leaves, there's still no thumbs up, but he still wants his comments read. So him, I blocked because he feels that I'm obligated to answer his questions. Has he ever super chatted me? No, and I don't care about that. But for 9 years, I answered all your questions, John P. And you never gave me a super chat or even a thumbs up. So therefore, those are the reasons I don't feel obligated to answer people's questions anymore. And it saves me a lot of time. So if you're watching this, I know that you have the wherewithal and the fiscal means to super chat, but you just want to come on my channel and each and every time the guy asks the same question, which is a left-handed insult. It's not quite an insult, but it's an insult. And every show he asks the same insult. So you have been permanently blocked. Now you could come on as John P2 and I'll know who you are and I'll block you again. So don't come on my show and give me a left-handed compliment or a left-handed insult. A left-handed insult is like something that could be taken either way. If you're not clear on your intentions of your comment, then don't put it on there. If I don't understand it, if it's not proper English, if it's not, I don't care about spelling, but syntax and matters. Paragraph structure, not so much, but try to at least put periods at the end of your sentence. I'm a stickler for things like that. Now I do see the Del Fuego is here. Michael Sky King Fazio will be providing tremendous aerial blogging of Bantayan Island, deserted and dusty back roads. That's right. That's my first destination, Bantayan Island. And I have a reason for that. That island has not been properly reconnoitered. Reconnoitering is when you send somebody out on a mission. Hello, Scott Del Fuego. Thanks for stopping by. So I'm going to go reconnoiter the Bantayan Island area. I'm going to do, my specialty with the drone is going to be beach resorts and beach restaurants from the sky. And then I'll have a meal in some of those restaurants. And then I'll give you a review of the restaurant in the description of the video. But being that I have not seen any aerial views of Bantayan Island, I think, and I do know that it has some beautiful beaches, but I think it should be reconnoitered and discovered. I'll try to make it a little bit more, put it on the map, so to speak. But digressing back to the drones, there are so many options. There are so many options. Scott says, you can rig a light wire and skyhook and go bikini hunting. That's another option on the drones. They have options on these drones. You know that you can spend, now this is way out of my price range. You can spend $100 for a drone with a very small camera and an SD card, and you can go up to $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 US for a drone. Now those are bigger. They have night vision. They have 360, what is known in the aviation industry as omnidirectional collision avoidance. In other words, the Some drones have no collision avoidance, which means if you're going to run it into a tree, it's going to hit the tree. Some drones have front collision avoidance and downward ground collision avoidance, where when it senses the ground. Some don't. Some have fixed cameras. Some have cameras on a gimbal. Some are 1080p. Some are 4000K. Some gimbals only shoot straight ahead and down. Some gimbals shoot straight ahead, down, left, right, and up. Some drones have omnidirectional collision avoidance, and when you want that option, you go into another class of drones altogether. Omnidirectional collision avoidance, so that if you're going forward or on a 45-degree angle towards your subject, let's say someone was running along the street or on a skateboard, there's collision avoidance that will track that person on a skateboard on the street, but it won't sense 90 degrees to the front or back of the drone. So if you're flying sideways and there's a tree, you're going to hit the tree. If you want omnidirectional, true omnidirectional, up, down, left, right, and sideways, it jumps you up in price just for that one option. Well, several options included in the package, but it jumps up the price of the drone by $700 for omnidirectional. Then you can add night vision. You can add, for another couple of $100, $200 more, $900, you can add a mechanism that you could drop off, I don't know, like, let's say you were on a mountain and you had your drone on the mountain and you were rock climbing, which is one of the dumbest things. I think it's one of the dumbest sports in the world. But anyway, rock climbing. Say you were climbing up a sheer face on a rock wall, right? You're up there. You can't come down. Where they go to the bathroom, I have no idea. But you can't come down to get supplies. But if you had a drone and you were the only person there, you could fly your drone down to the ground, and then somebody on the ground could put a little bit of supplies like food or batteries on the drone, and the drone will pick it up and bring it up to you on the face of the mountain. I think you probably need somebody to hook it up. Yeah, I don't think you could do it alone. But at least it would have a little sky hook to put supplies on. Now, that's a $200 option. Now, if you want infrared, we're going to go another $300 to $400 for infrared night flight. Now, if you want that's for the obstacle avoidance. But if you want infrared cameras, now we're going to go up to about the $2,000 range. Infrared cameras, infrared collision avoidance, go up to about $2,000. Those are for small, like 1 kilogram drones. However, when you go from a legal drone, this is a whole nother system of measurements. In certain countries, the maximum weight of a drone can be 249 grams, a quarter of a kilo. So that means that with a 21-minute flight time battery, it's 249 grams. But if you put the extended battery in, it brings it up to 257 grams. Now it becomes illegal to fly that drone in certain countries. That's a rule. Okay. But you can also, in the Philippines, the rules are very lenient. You can fly a drone that could weigh up to 15 pounds in the Philippines legally. You have to follow the rules. But in America, anything over 249 grams, you have to get flight certification. And you have to go to school. Let me check the comments. Okay, so there are so many options. There's just then when you go up into the larger drones, those drones. Now I didn't even get into GPS tracking yet. The the ones that are like $200, $300, they don't have a GPS tracking system. Some do, some don't. But if you want GPS tracking, so that in case your drone, a bird hits your drone and it falls out of the sky, then you have to pay going up into the $1,000 range again. You could get one for 700, but just we're going to round these things out. So if you want GPS tracking, it's a few $100s more. But if you go over the 250 grams in America and other countries, the drone has to be registered. Now, here's what that means. That's problematic in and of itself, because we're going to talk about my friend who comes on as Handsome. That's his channel name is Handsome, and he's a droner. He's a proper. He loves toys. His name is George. We've been friends since, I don't know, since he was born. Actually, since he was born. So 50 years. So when George and I spoke about drones, George explained to me that where he lives, he had a drone that he paid about $1,000 for. This is problematic. This is what you people don't understand. This is how many complications there can be with a drone. His drone, when he paid $1,000 plus for the drone, it worked. He flew it over his house. But George is in a TCA. And if you don't know what a TCA is, I'm not even going to tell you. I'm going to tell you to go look it up. Don't ask me questions about stuff that you can look up. Just look up Tango, Charlie, Alpha, TCA. And what is it? So George is in a TCA. So George was flying his drone, and this is through an app on his phone. That's another thing, the phone apps. Oh, God, there's so many different variations of phone apps. For instance, well, let's talk about George's update. So the phone app that George was using allowed him to fly his drone 1,000 feet high, because when he bought the drone, the manufacturer of the drone didn't know where George lived. The drone was never set to a GPS coordinate. So he flew the drone, and then after a couple of days, when he went to fly the drone again, the phone itself spoke through the application to the FAA. And the FAA acknowledged that there was a new drone in the area and shut his drone off to where it won't even start up on the ground where he lives. So now he has $1,000 prop that he can't use in his possession. And there's nothing he can do about it. He can't go to school. He can't register the drone. It makes no difference. He's in a TCA. And there is no flight at that part of the cone that he's in. Zero flight. So the drone won't even start up. That is problematic. And that's the kind of thing that you run into. Scott Del Fuego, people fail to understand how accomplished and learned in many different areas Michael Fazio is. Go to Hoodwinked by an Angel and view video after video of dangerous and technical work. Thank you, Scott. Or go just Google Michael Fazio with an S. Michael Fazio's Real Jobs. And you're going to come to hundreds of videos with heavy equipment, cranes, backhoes, bobcats, drill rigs, bulldozers. No, not so much. There is some bulldozer work in there, but it wasn't my bulldozer. But cranes, yes. Barges, yes. I owned all of that stuff. So, but you people, you don't understand. I was trained as an aviation A&P mechanic. The first thing you do when you start on a new subject is you research the whole thing. And before you what to do a job on an aircraft, let's say, I don't know, the foreman told you to go change a CSD on a 9-cylinder reciprocating engine. You don't even know what a CSD is. I do, but I mean, if it's a mechanism that on an engine assembly. I won't even tell you where it is. C, Charlie Sierra Delta. It's a mechanism, very precise and very accurate mechanism that measures something. So if the foreman tells you to go change a CSD on a 9-cylinder recip, you have to read how to do that. Not and the suggested method is when the foreman tells you to go do it, even if you did it a few months ago, for that aircraft, for that CSD, you get the technical specs for that unit, the one that's on the aircraft, and you read that. Then you don't read it once, you don't read it twice, you read it till you think you understand it, 2 or 3 times. Then you go take the CSD off or service it. But you don't just go take the CSD off without knowing how to take it off. There's springs, there's levers, there's leverage fulcrum points in there, there's weights, there's all kinds of stuff in a CSD. You have to take it apart in a certain order and put it back together. Not necessarily in the reverse order that you took it apart, but that's all in the service manual. It wouldn't be in the AC 4313, but it would be in an FAA manual for that aircraft, for that engine assembly. So if you don't study the thing that you're going to do first, chances are you're not going to be very good at it or know what to do. So that's the primary thing. Now, did George Handsome, did he know about this FAA regulation? He did not. Did I know about it? I didn't read about it anywhere. Nowhere did I read about it. And I read the rules and I read the regs. And I read the rules and the regs for the Philippines, which are very lenient. Okay. In America, you can only fly a drone that weighs 49 grams or less. In the Philippines, you can have a drone that weighs 3,500 grams. No problem. In America, in a TCA, you can't fly at all. In the Philippines, in a TCA, you can fly up to 400 feet. So, is it even possible for you to find out the rules and regulations? No. That's why you watch videos. That's why Flywoods One, his suggestion was to watch as many videos as possible. Just keep watching videos. And I did. And I learned enough about the videos to know enough to know that the options I wanted, I cannot justify spending that money. And I could justify spending $1,000. Not a problem. Although, if you remember, for a long time, the bedroom brawler said I had no money and I didn't have money for food and whatever. I was eating out of garbage pails. That's what he said. Okay, so that's not true. Notice how he stopped with that narrative. But could I spend $1,000 for a drone? Yeah, just push the button and the drone comes to me. However, what it does say on multiple sites is when you buy the drone on Lazada, it doesn't talk about insurance policies. What they call the refresh policy. Flywoods taught me that word, Flywoods One. Maybe that's where he got his name, Flywoods. I don't know. Sounds logical. He flies drones. He told me you can't buy a refresh package in the Philippines. What does that mean? A refresh is just their fancy word for insurance. So if I buy a drone for $500 and I crash it, it cost me $500 to replace it. If I had a refresh package, an insurance package, I could theoretically crash the drone, send it back to DJI, and they'd give me another drone or fix that one. Now, can you buy a drone with a refresh package? Yes, in America. No, in the Philippines. Nobody, no insurance policy, no refresh package in the Philippines. So if you've heard about the refresh package, or you're a person that's owned drones in America or Europe, and you bought a refresh package with your drone, you could buy it later on, or you could buy it with the sale of the drone. And you say, well, I'll buy the drone now. I don't see the package, the refresh package. I'll look for that later on because you have 30 days. There is no refresh package. So if you buy $1,000 drone and you crash it, then it costs you $1,000 to crash the drone. So why didn't I buy the Mavic 3? Because it's $1,200 with the RC controller. That's another thing, controllers. You could use your phone to control your drone. But if you have line of sight, where you can see the drone from your controls, you don't need a phone to control your drone. You can take the controls, go like this, you can see the drone, take it off, fly it, and bring it back. But if you're going to go out of your line of sight, or it's going to go behind a building, then you have to use your cell phone. Now, what they don't tell you is one of the most expensive cell phones on the market is the Galaxy 21. If you have the Galaxy 21 Android 12, if I remember correctly, your drone is not going to work properly. The number 12 is something to do with the innards of the phone. But if you have the 11, it works just fine. So if you have the Samsung Galaxy 21, and it has the number 12 designation as for the Android, and you buy the drone with a normal controller, and you put your phone on the controller and sync the phone to the controller and the app and the drone, it won't work. It may or may not work. It's a hit and miss on the different functionalities. So what you need to know, if you're going to buy the Mavic 3, if you're going to use a Samsung phone, it has to be the Samsung Galaxy 21 11. Can't be the 12. It won't work. So what you need to do is, if you're going to go out and spend $1,100 for the Mavic 3, is you can't spend $1,100. You have to spend $1,300 because you have to buy the controller with the built-in screen, because that's the only way it will work if you have a Galaxy 21 phone. So these are all different things that they don't tell you. These are all the different things that they won't tell you, that people could make 100 videos. Who's going to watch it? That's another thing. The attention rate of the people on YouTube is minimal. Most people won't get through 7 minutes of this video or any other video because their attention span is limited to what they've been trained. Their brains have been trained to accept 4 or 5 minutes of information, and then there's information overload. For instance, you got people that are literally able to focus for an hour at a time on a subject. Like when I was reading or listening to the drone videos, a lot of the drone videos are 40 minutes to an hour long. I watch the whole video from start to finish. And I listen to as much of it as I can, and then I go back if I didn't understand something. Most people don't have that kind of attention span. They just don't have it. It doesn't matter. It's because of a lack of education. It's because of a lack of education has nothing to do so much with intelligence as it does with your ability to comprehend information and how you've been trained, how your brain has been trained to accept new information. Some people burn out with a mere paragraph of information. In the Philippines, that happens all the time. You will get on any given day, you will jam somebody up in the Philippines if you mention 3 topics in one sentence. They are not able to comprehend 3 different parts of a statement or questions in a paragraph because since birth, the younger generation in the Philippines is brought up to be using cell phones. And cell phones give you 1 line of information and they text it out and they get back 1 line of information. And then they text back an answer to that 1 line. It could take you back and forth 10 texts to find out where somebody is and if they want to have breakfast with you. Where if they had the ability to comprehend complex thought, you could say in 1 text, I am standing in front of the ICM mall. Are you available to have breakfast in McDonald's at 10 a.m.? That was 3 pieces of information. And their response will be good morning, because you gave them information overload. So what you have to do is you have to say good morning, and they say good morning. You say, I'm at the ICM mall, and they say, okay. Are you able to have breakfast with me? Yes. Can you meet me at McDonald's? Yes. So that was 7 texts, 8 texts back and forth. Because they don't have the money to be able to call up and have conversations, their brains have been trained by 1 piece of information at a time. So when you are going to try to give them 40, 43, 45, 47, 50, 57, 1 hour of information, technical information, right side distance, right side top battery, bottom side longitude, latitude, bottom left, photo control, switch the screens, photo or video. Then you have photos and video. Then the screen pops up photo, video, photo. You want to make a photo in a RAW, RAW, or do you want to make a photo in JPEG, which is a different format? Typically, you would want to make it in RAW, RAW, but the phone, most phones go to a default of JPEG. Then you want to have video, and do you want video in 30 frames a second at 720 or 60 frames a second and 4,000? Does your drone do that? There are so many options. So when you're watching a video and all of that information is just in 1 video that I watched 2 days ago. I don't know, 500 pieces of information. You have to be able to focus. If you can't focus, I saw somebody try to do simple math yesterday. It's on Roberto's channel. It's a Kodak moment, to be sure. So let's go here. Scott Del Fuego. Scott Del Fuego says they have a planned power outage tonight for some reason. I am on generator for a few hours. Glad I cleaned out and maintained it earlier this year. Yes, we did. We did work on that. Scott Del Fuego says, if you plan on going to the Philippines, you can glean tremendous amounts of information from Michael about how one must adapt to the culture and the habits of the people you will be living around. Oh, God. There's so much to learn about the culture. The culture, you could talk about the cultures of the Philippines forever, but basically there's a city culture and a province culture. They are two completely different things. But digressing, thank you, Scott, digressing back to the drone. So I picked out this drone here. I'll show it to you. And this is the price I paid. Now, I'm going to talk to you about my order on Lazada, which was a nightmare. Okay, so this is the drone that I eventually decided on because number one, it has a 2 to 3 kilometer range on this controller. This controller will give you, with your phone, will give you a 2 to 3 kilometer range. The Mavic Mini Sierra Echo SE said it gives you 2 kilometers, but it maxes out at 500 meters. That drone was $450. This drone is $600. So because of this one option that it gives you up to 2 kilometer distance, I bought this. And then I said, if no matter which one I bought, I was going to take the Fly More Combo. So I bought the Fly More Combo quadcopter. I don't know which one this is. I'm not going to switch channels because I don't know if my credit card information is there on the other channel. So, and this one, not that it's a big deal, but it gives you a 64 gigabyte SanDisk, which is worth about $35. So that's a big plus. Now, can this drone do live streaming? That was another option I wanted. Yes. You can, there's two ways to do it. One is an upgrade that will live stream, but it live streams at 21 kilobytes per second. Very slow. It would be a very, very low quality image. So if you were moving around, it wouldn't be that good. But with the 64 gig card in there, you have the ability to transfer the information from the drone to your phone, and then you can live stream it. You could live stream it either way. You could live stream it in a very low resolution, or you could live stream it in a higher resolution by transferring the image from your SanDisk through the drone to the controller into your phone. So that's an option that the Mini SE did not have, those two functions. So this is the one that I got. So when you hear people deciding that they want to buy a drone, it's not that simple. It's really not that simple. It's a pretty complex. I would say it's highly complex. And then going back to the rules of where you live, there's a lot of rules. For instance, like I said, Handsome, a.k.a. George, he bought a $1,000 drone, updated it, and the FAA shut his drone off. He can't even start it up in his backyard. It won't even, the propellers won't even start. So that's not, it's not a common occurrence, but it is in that area, in that TCA, not allowed to fly a drone. So if you don't research this stuff, I may have just saved somebody $1,000. Now, where I live, the rules are really lenient. They're not stringent rules. Aircraft go over my house at about 7,000 feet. The drone won't go 7,000 feet high. So you could put a maximum ceiling on the drone of 300 feet. It'll fly over anything locally, any trees. So you won't have a problem. Plus, I'm more than 6 kilometers from the airport. So then that gives you additional height. So that's not a problem. But if I lived closer to the airport, I would have more restrictions. Now, there was supposed to be somebody that was going to go and have breakfast with me 2 days ago, and he was the person that was droning the decathlon for the Bellevue Hotel. But he didn't show up. So then I probably would have had some more little pieces of information, but I've been doing this research for the last 6 days. Now, ordering from Lazada, nightmare, complete nightmare. First of all, I ordered a voice translator from Lazada 2 months ago. It came, but it didn't work. So it's as simple as going to the order page, pressing cancel within 7 days. They send you a barcode, and you have another 7 days to bring it to a return center, which is right near the BQ Mall. So it's only a block away. However, you do have to spend an hour and a half to go to the city and an hour and a half back to return the item. It's not complicated, but it's time consuming. That was one order that I ordered from Lazada that it didn't work. Another order I ordered from Lazada were a pair of sneakers. They were supposed to be size 13, but I couldn't even fit my feet into them because it was an Asian size 13. I don't know. It said 13, but it wasn't a size 49 by the numbers. Like, so for my feet, I need a 48 or a 49. This was a 45, size 13. So there were 13s that are 48 or 49s, but it didn't say when I ordered the shoe, and then it said in the shoe what number it was. So they had to go back. So when I ordered the first drone, the DJI Mini, it asked me for my bank information on my credit card. This is really hard to live here because of all of this. So I put my bank information in and put the order through, and it said bank is processing your order. I'm going, well, why would it process my order? Nothing wrong with my credit card. So I called up Lazada right away. That a minute after I got offline, after I did my review. A minute. I called them up and I said to the lady, it says the bank is processing my order. Is there a problem with my account? No, sir. That happens sometimes. That was her answer. It was a lie. It was subterfuge. It was because she didn't know the real answer, so she said that happens sometimes. It's not supposed to happen. There's nothing wrong with my credit card. I said, thank you. I hung up the phone. I called up my bank. Is there a problem with my credit card? No, sir. Nothing. Can you look into it? Yes, sir. Call me back in 15 minutes. I called back in 15 minutes. She said, Michael, there's nothing wrong with your credit card. Is there anything else I can help you with? I said, no, thank you. We said goodbye, and I hung up. I called back Lazada and said, there's nothing wrong with my credit card. Can you assist me to get the order here? Because I want to get the drone delivered to the house. No, sir. You'll have to wait 24 hours. So, I had no choice. So I waited 24 hours. And that 24 hours, she said the order would either go through or fail. So on the 24-hour, within a few minutes, it failed. That was the SC, the Mini SC, Sierra Echo. Flywoods and I started talking in the meantime, and he said buy the F11S as in Sierra, not the F11. The F11 is no good. The F11S is a good remote, and it's only $250. So I ordered that one, and that one said the bank is processing the order. So I called back Lazada and said, is there a way that you can push that order through? No, sir. You'll have to wait 24 hours. Okay, so I waited 24 hours and the order failed. So then I decided on this DJI Mavic Mini 2. And I ordered it. And the order went bank processing the order. But this is as high of a money denomination that I want to go. I don't want to go any higher than this. That price of 32,000 pesos is almost $600. That's my limit. Because there's no insurance policy. If there was insurance policy, I would get the Mavic 3, which has all the bells and whistles. But there's no insurance, so why should I pay $1,000 if I make a mistake? And you're going to make a mistake. There's no doubt about that. So I ordered the drone, and it didn't go through. So that was one day for the Mini SE, one day for the S11, one day in between ordering this drone, one day for it to fail, one day for it to fail, and then one more day of ordering it again and seeing that bank processing the payment again. So I said, well, there's got to be something wrong here. So what I was doing is I put the drone up on the screen, the order up on the screen, and I pressed buy now. This is what I always do, buy now. I don't want to build a shopping cart, buy now. So it won't work. It would not work. So I said, you know what? This has to be something simple. It's not my bank. It's not my card. It's not Lazada. What I did was, and this could save you a lot of trouble, is I opened up the page and I put it in my shopping cart. Because if I'm usually buying one item, I just say buy now. I put it in the shopping cart yesterday morning. It showed up in my shopping cart. Then you say, there's a check box on the left-hand side. You check that box because that's the item you want. And then you go over to the right and say, place order. And it went through. So it's on its way. And that's how you make an order from Lazada. Apparently, because maybe they changed their system. I don't know. And no one in Lazada knows. Now, digressing back to what Scott Del Fuego said. We didn't have any water at all. Nothing. Zero. In the whole hole. For 5 days on this end of the block. I don't know if they had water a block away. I don't know, and I don't care. I know I didn't have water for 5 days. So I got dressed and went up to the water department and said to the lady, number one, do I have a bill yet? Because I pay for 2 or 3 years in advance for my water bill, because it's only 15 pesos per cubic meter, and I just give them a couple of thousand pesos. So it's basically 60 months that I'm paying for in advance, which is like 5 years if I use 1 cubic meter. So I paid about 2 years ago. And the lady said, well, I don't know, sir. Let me check. So she got they do it on oak tag, not computer, oak tag. It's an oak tag with each month for the last 2 years how many cubic meters of water I used. So she very smartly took her calculator and added 24 months of cubic meters. And then she times it by 15, and she came to the conclusion that I still have 900 pesos in my bank, in my advance payment. So I said, thank you. Then I said to the lady, can you tell me why we don't have water in Dolho? Because, believe me, the water department's only 3-4 minutes away from here. No, sir. Can the supervisor, there's 7 people working in the office, can the supervisor tell me why we don't have water in Dolho? No, sir. You have to go upstairs to the engineer's office. So I went upstairs to the engineer's office, and I asked them, this is what they do here. This is what Scott was saying. Wait till you get here. Wait till you get here. And people just send you someplace else because they don't know the answer. And they don't know where to find the answer, so they just send you off in a direction. I go upstairs to the engineer's office, and I said good morning to the people I know up there. And I said, the lady in the water department sent me up here to find out why we don't have water in Dolho. Michael, the best thing for you to do, now listen to the best thing for you to do is to go to the water department in Tagbilaran and ask them, not call up, not them call up, no, not go downstairs and have the water department call up the home office in Tagbilaran. No, those options were not put on the table. My best option would be to go to the city, to the water department, and ask them why there's no water in Dolho. When the water department downstairs could have just made a phone call to the main office. There was nobody online. There were 7 secretaries in the office doing whatever it is they do when nobody is there to service. But that was never an option. So I went downstairs and I said to the lady, ma'am, can you call up the water department in Tagbilaran City and find out why we don't have water in Dolho? She goes, no, sir. And I said, but don't you think someone should know? She goes, yes, sir. Go upstairs to the engineer's office, because she didn't know I went upstairs to the engineer's office because she couldn't see the staircase where she was. So did I ever find out why there wasn't water? No. Will I ever find out? Absolutely not. Never going to find that out. That piece of information is going to remain hidden for the rest of all eternity. What is not hidden is that the water department did not know that we're not getting water. Now, I don't necessarily believe that because somebody else had to call up and complain, but they're not going to tell you that. You're the only person that doesn't have water. Meanwhile, 6 houses up on my side of the street, and there's only two houses up that I asked on the other side of the street if they had water. No one has water. And then there's 4 houses past me. None of them had water. Nobody had water. But they won't know that. And they won't know why. And they don't care. Their solution is to send you to the city on a 4-hour journey to the water department and back to ask a question. Not to call up for you. Not to call up and try to find out. Not that they're, after 5 days of no water, nobody else asked the question. And if they did, Nobody tried to find out the correct answer. And that's what it's like living in the Philippines. And that's what you're going to get when there's a blackout. Well, they'll just shut the electric off randomly for 3 or 4 hours. There's no notice, there's no text, there's no email that the electric is going off on a Saturday from 5 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock at night. Yet, if you go to the electric department, Bahico, in the city, because that's the only place you can go, they say, sir, we notice people when we're going to shut the electric off. And I said, well, you don't notice us until after the electric gets shut off sometimes. Yes, sir. That's a problem. And here's the problem. If they shut off the electric, they shut off the internet, which shuts off your ability to go on Facebook and see if there's a notice that the electric is being turned off. So they shut off the electric, which means you have no internet, which means you can't get to Facebook unless you have a load in your phone. But if you go and look, is the electric going to be turned off this Saturday? There's no notice. So when they shut the electric off, an hour or so later, they put the notice up that the electric will be off until 5 o'clock. Instead of notifying you the day before or leaving a note on Facebook the day before, they wait till an hour after the electric is shut off, and sometimes they put a note saying what time it's going to come back on. Where is the reasoning to that? If the electric is going to be turned off, you should have an advance notice the day before, should come through a text or an email. That's just not going to happen. And then you can plan, instead of waking up in the morning and going to cook breakfast and there's no electric, you can plan your day. You say, okay, tomorrow's going to be a blackout. And what most people do is they go to the mall or they go to the city shopping for the day. Because when there's no electric, there's no electric. Let me check Scott's messages. And I see a lot of people sending me messages after the show that I do sometimes, saying, why don't I read your messages? Personally, I don't care. I don't care to read them. It's not complicated. It's nothing personal. Like I said, that's what the Super Chat button is for. Now, we're going to give a shout out to a few people that have sent money for the Super Chat, for the drone. One Lonely Farmer, Wes. Hello, Wes. I'm sorry, Wes. I didn't see the comment. Oh, boy. Now, One Lonely Farmer has a channel. He's a farmer. I don't know anything about farming. If it wasn't for Wes, I would know nothing about farming. But this man, One Lonely Farmer, he's great. He's taught me more about farming than I need to know. For instance, since I was born in around 1981, I had a 5-gallon bucket on my roof deck. Hey, Wes, thank you. Oh, my God, thank you very much. So, oh, what? What? Oh, my God. The neighbors are in for the thrill. The pot. Oh, my God, Wes, why are you doing that? That's crazy. Holy macaronis. There's enough to go. There's my drone right there. My God, thank you, Wes. We're gonna bang a pot. That ought to rock a couple of people's worlds. So let me finish this better. Let me bang a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, One Lonely Farmer. That's the highest super chat I ever got, ever, in the last 5 years, 4 years. Thank you, Wes. So we're going to get Wes's. Scott, would you be so kind as to post Wes's channel name and his channel? Holy crap. I'm going to Bantayan, baby. West, one lonely farmer, he has taught me the farming industry. He has taught me about nitrogen deprivation causes the leaves to turn brown, brown, brown. He has taught me how to adjust the wheels on a tractor in and out. He has taught me never to leave your Model A car. Ever leave your Model A car. Never leave your 1929 or 30 Model A car. Never leave your Model A 1929 or 1930 Model A car. Never, ever put your Model A 1929 car into the paint shop with the rumble seat in the car, because the paint shop, you listen to what I'm about to tell you. Wes is he collects antique tractors and antique plows and antique cars. He even has an old Cutlass, a 1970s Oldsmobile. I'm not sure if it's a Cutlass or not. It's a beautiful car. My dad had one just like it. One lonely farmer, he left his Model A car to get painted. After he did the body and fender work by the door that always rots in front of the door by the bottom front hinge. And when he went and brought the car to get painted, the painter took the rumble seat out of the car. The painter took the rumble seat out of the car. The painter took the rumble seat out of the car. And someone took the springs and framework for the rumble seat as scrap metal from a 1929 rumble seat. Someone took the rumble seat and the springs and the framework and used it for scrap metal. Or so the painter said. It doesn't sound like a true story to me. I believe the painter got some big dollars for the rumble seat and told Wes that someone took the metal and scrapped it out. That's my belief. That's what I believe. When I heard that story, there's no way to retrieve the rumble seat. It went to Japan or China too. And the painter, he screwed you big time, big time, big time, big time. If you believe that story, I have another. I'll save it for a different day. It's about my mother. It's the only thing I could think of that rhymed with another. Mother and or brother. I have nothing bad to say today. Unfortunately, I've run out of spate. What rhymes with spate? Hate. I have no hate. I have only thanks. I'm gonna take that super chat. out of the banks and put it towards my trip to Bantayan. And then I'm gonna blog the beaches on Bantayan Island. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Mayan Buntag. Thank you very much. Salamat. Going to Bantayan, baby. Going to Bantayan. I am Italian. Going to Bantayan. Thanks to one lonely farmer. $400 donation, baby. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. That ought to rock somebody's world. My goodness. You know, Wes, I don't even know what to say. The farmer just turned 50 years old. The farmer just turned 50 years old a few weeks ago. Actually, he'll be coming to see me soon. We're gonna meet each other for the second time. Wes, I had met Wes years ago online, and I watch every video he makes. The one video I haven't watched yet is the tank video where you did something to a tank, tricked it out, and just didn't get to watch that. But I watched all of course all the other previous videos where especially the one where Tim sneezed on you. Poor Tim. He's such a Tim. Talk about Tim. Tim taught me about NiCad batteries. Wes has a son named Tim. When you go to Wes's channel, Tim is a very, very, very nice young man. I had the opportunity to sit down at Wes's kitchen table with Tim and Joe, Teresa, William, and Wes in his kitchen. At the time, William was about 18 months old. Now William's walking around and talking and opening up doors and jumping up into the tractor and climbing around. And what a great kid Wes has. That boy is a real boy, a real go-getter. When he wants something, he knows English and Visaya. Teresa, Wes's wife, is from the Philippines. She teaches him both English and Visaya. February. Thank you, Wes. I'm looking forward to that. I really am looking forward to that. So I had the opportunity to sit down with Wes and Teresa and William. And the day I went there, Tim was talking about drones. And I always had an interest in drones because I worked for somebody that was a flyer. He flew up aircraft and helicopters. And Tim had RC radio control cars. Tim explained, Wes, I'm going to tell you something. Tim may have saved, this is true, Tim may have saved me a big problem, a really big problem. Tim explained to me why NiCad batteries are dangerous and that they expand and that they can blow up. Now, I didn't know anything about why they don't allow NiCad batteries on planes, or they have to be stored in a certain way. Like, for instance, you can't ship a cell phone or a GoPro camera back to America because it has a NiCad battery. With the battery, you can't ship it. You got to take the battery out and then buy a battery when the phone gets to America. So Tim explained to me that these batteries expand inside their plastic Mylar packages. And then if the package is somehow exposed to the atmosphere, aka moisture, the package A little teeny battery, not big at all. A battery this big will cause quite an explosion. We're not talking about a little, like a little pop. You can take one battery, one battery this big, a double A battery, NiCad, open it up, unroll it, and then put a couple of cuts in the Mylar and throw it into a bucket of water, 5-gallon plastic bucket of water, blow the bucket apart from one little battery like this. Very dangerous, very dangerous. And Tim explained that to me. So you can learn something every day from somebody. But Tim is an RC, so I learned about that. Now, this is what I'm talking about with Wes. Had Tim not explained that to me, I had a phone in this case here. I had a phone in this case, an Oppo phone. Okay, an Oppo phone in this case. And when it was in the junk drawer. Well, just call it a junk drawer. It was in a plastic bin. I have like old electronics. And what I do is every couple of years, I just bring them to the city and I give them to one of the technicians that does phone repair. Okay. Not NiCad, lipo, lithium polymer are the ones that blow up. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much. My mistake, because I don't know anything about batteries. But the battery that I saw on YouTube last week, I just happened to watch it. A lipo lithium polymer are the ones that blow up and burn. This one guy took one battery, this size, a double A battery, and he cut it, and he cut the ends off. And he unrolled it like a sheet of paper. And he put a couple of scratches on the Mylar and threw it into just open water, like a little puddle. And it blew up, whereas if he would have put it in a 5-gallon white plastic bucket, this little battery will have created probably enough energy to blow the bucket apart. Or certainly if there was a cover on it, to blow the cover off and expand the sides. Those batteries are lithium polymers are really dangerous. And this is something you people need to learn about this stuff. Because when I took this phone out of my junk box, because I was going to the city to get rid of my junk electronics, the case on this phone was expanded outward like this far, like this. It was expanded outward a half an inch or 3, maybe more, a half inch. So when I took the phone out, the back of the case of the phone was off, and inside was the battery. From the battery looking about this big, the battery was this 3/4 of an inch thick. Had I not spoke with Tim at Wes's house, I don't know. I'm pretty exploratory. I may have cut it open to see what's inside. That would have been a mistake. Now I know, but I knew because of what I learned from Tim not to do anything. So I immediately put the case back into the bucket that I had it in, the plastic bucket, took it outside, and then I gingerly removed the phone and threw it into my pit. I have a pit outside because we have no garbage collection here in the Philippines for now 6 years. No garbage collection. You got to either burn your garbage, which I won't do, or bury it. So I have a pit that I dug out for garbage. So does everybody else, by the way. So, but because I learned something from Tim and One Lonely Farmer, it may have saved me a big problem. So whatever it was, that battery expanded this big. It was this big around. So you want to tell Tim I said thank you. Before that, I was saying how much energy could a battery have in it? Well, a lot. And I did not throw water on it. I immediately put it in the dirt and threw 4 or 5 shovels of dirt on top of it as a safety measure. Now, I don't know if it fizzled out under there or not, but I learned a big, valuable lesson from watching One Lonely Farmer, and he can teach you a lot of stuff. Wes, I don't know how many other people do farming. I don't watch any other farm channels, but Wes, he can do anything. He can fix anything. He can modify anything. He can reinvent stuff that comes right from the factory to make it better before he even uses it, as can many gifted people. But Wes actually does it, shows you how to do it, and then he has an Apple computer that he does the editing on. He'll speed it up, slow motion it, add clips, remove stuff. And he knows how to do editing. He has a t-shirt company that he sells One Lonely Farmer hats, One Lonely Farmer t-shirts. They have a printing press for one-off prints, the hot press prints right in the house. They have God knows how many different barns with things in it. He's got a wood miser that he cuts his own timber. Like he'll cut down a tree, and he has one of those machines with the bandsaw that can cut like 4 feet wide and 20 feet long on the bed. He has MIG welders, TIG. He does MIG, he does TIG, he does arc welding. He has grinders, hydraulic presses, a bobcat with rubber tracks. He can do anything. He's a master of so many different trades. So if you want to watch a good channel, One Lonely Farmer, even if how this conversation started out is in 1981, I had a 5-gallon bucket with a tomato plant in it. That was probably the last thing I grew. I tried to grow some tomato plants in the Florida Keys, but the salt water and the quality of the sand gave me like 5 tomatoes. Over the course of 6 months to grow 3 or 4 plants, I got like 1 tomato off of 1 plant. Cost me $2,000 in time for 5 tomatoes, when I could have just went up the road and bought bushels of farm-grown tomatoes for $10. So 1981 was the last time I grew anything. But my dad was a very good. He had a very good, not a farm, but he had a garden. He had tomato plants. His tomatoes, his beefsteak tomatoes, were 3.5, 4, 5 inches in diameter. He had cherry tomatoes, plum tomatoes, regular tomatoes, and beefsteak tomatoes. He had eggplants, the big eggplants, the ones we have in America. They call them the Moulin, the big ones. They're about the size of a pineapple. We had a pear tree. We had a peach tree. We had a grapevine that gave us probably a ton of grapes. So we made our own wine every year or every other year. We gave, and then we gave everybody in the neighborhood grapes. And we had a plum tree on the side of our house that you're supposed to wrap it in like a rug or canvas so it doesn't freeze up. My dad never did anything to it. This plum tree used to give us 1,000, 2,000 plums every year. So, but my dad was a farmer, but Wes is the ultimate farmer. There's no doubt about that. I've always said it, and I'll never say anything else, but I had the opportunity to meet Wes and his family and reconnoiter his entire farm. And It happened to have been in during cold weather in April of 2019. But he has an amazing variation of what he does. He's growing. He'll tell you how much nitrogen you need to put in the soil if the soil is a certain pH. He knows how many bushels he should get from 93-day corn. I didn't know there was 93-day corn. I think it's 93-day corn. You can buy a variety of corn for 93 days or 99 days or 85 days. I think there's a couple of different varieties. And then like on the 93rd day, that's when the corn should be. I didn't know that. Then he's also doing soybeans. He's growing soybeans. And he put down a weed remover. I don't know, you could put down a weed remover over the soybeans without killing the soybeans. He knows all this stuff. Then it's just to watch, to learn a new thing, a subject that I'm never going to grow anything. I'm never going to grow. Maybe one day, in memory of my original tomato plant, I'll get a 5-gallon bucket and a seed and throw it in there, a seedling, and see what happens. But I have no luck with that. And besides that, you have to water it every day. By the time you add up the time it costs you and the time it takes to water one plant every couple of days and to prop it up and to put a trellis around it or a stick, it costs you $1,000 for a tomato. So we let's go back to, we're never going to get over that. Thank you very much, one lonely farmer. Salamat. We bang a pot and make a lot. Bang a pot and make a lot. Bang a pot and make a lot. Now, the booty, the end result of that $399 is close $300 US. So now, adding up, let me put my glasses on. Let me tell you what my fund is now. My fund has reached the $399 from one lonely farmer. The $399 from one lonely farmer, we're just going to round it out to $300 plus the $235 is $500. Well, the $400 and $235. Excuse me, that's $624. 399. Well, 400 plus 235. Excuse me, it's 235. 400 plus 235 is $635. Actually, it's $634.99. Now I'm doing bad math. 400 plus 235 is $635, less 1 penny. So now I'm doing bad math. So we have $635 towards my $900 goal. Thank you. Now I can go to that island, says one lonely farmer. We're only just a few days away from that. Thank you, Wes. Scott Del Fuego. We know. Oh yeah. Actually, okay. Thank you. That was an amazing. Amazing. So we have $634 $435 towards the in SUPACHAT, which is about $400. Plus, I'm going to add my Patreon, so that brings me up to about $550 collected towards my $900 goal. Now, I've heard stories that I'm not going to go. I'm going. I'm going to blog Bentalion Island. I am going to go blog Bentalion Island. And I may even blog some of the restaurants that are off the beach. I may do that. I may blog some of the more famous resorts on the island. Some of the more famous places to go. I'll go off the beaten track and drone. There's a kind of a ruins on a cliff somewhere on that island, not far from the area where the ferry lets you off in Santa Fe. Yeah, we're going. We're definitely going. You guys think that this is some kind of joke. A challenge has been made. I accept the challenge. And I expect that the challenge and the person who challenged me keeps up his end of the bargain. I expect that. I expect nothing less. So when I say I'm going to buy a drone and on this, in this genre, I bought the drone without the donations, because I'm going to do it. Whether I got the donations or not has nothing to do with it. It turned out that it's working out real well. In my post that I made this morning, without reading it, Roberto, all up in your geek, and the link is to his page, he donated money to my channel. Simulacron donated money towards the drone. DNC, Jim Alva, Wes, One Lonely Farmer, Louis Pagan Pants, the Bentalion Brawler, and two other people whose names they don't want up on the board, because for whatever reason. But now this is becoming a reality. So let me read to you the email that I have for the where was that? Okay. The email is estimated delivery. Let's make sure there's no, I can't give you that information. The estimated delivery is July 20th, the day they landed, the day they showed pictures of landing on the moon. July 20th to July 23rd. I think, yeah, I really don't want to, hold on a minute. What I could do is this. So I'll show you the order. For those of you who don't believe I made the order, I'll have to put a little piece of tape. Hold on. You guys are, you have people that scour my videos for little pieces of information. What does he have on his desk? Maybe he has something illegal. One guy used to look for cigarettes. Creep. He's still smoking cigarettes. No, he gave up on that. Did you notice that he gave up on telling people that I was broke when I bought the rebar bender? And he gave up on telling people that I still somehow smoke cigarettes secretly? Why did he give up? He's going to be giving up on a lot of things real soon, too. Okay, so this is the package and the delivery date and the price. So it's the Flymore combo quadcopter with free SanDisk Extreme memory card. It's sold by Lazada. The price is $32.99. It's about just under $600 US. And the package should arrive on July 20th to July 23rd. And thanks to Wes. the burden of paying the bill, and Sim, and all up in your geek, Roberto, and Jim Alver, and Louis Paganpunts, and the Battalion Brawler. And if I forgot your name and you want your name up there were two other people that I can't put their names up, but then there was one other person whose name I actually did forget, because it was day one. Now, some people, DNC was a big contributor towards the cause as well. So let me go back to my page, and we have a lot of interesting stuff coming up in the next month or so. So the name of the drone is Sky King. Lithium does not like water. Boom. Dennis Adam, my good friend and very, very good researcher, Dennis Adam. Thank you for stopping by, Dennis. Mike, I don't know who you are, Mike. Why don't you throw up a super chat and I'll read your comments? Or stop commenting. Those two options are your only two options. You throw up a super chat, I'll read your comment, and I'll answer your question, or you can stop commenting. Now, I have an option, too. If you don't choose option 1 or option 2, I'll just remove you from the chat. You've been on the chat since the beginning. One question after the other. There are rules. I don't know who you are. I would be willing to bet if I go to your channel, you have no content. You have nothing created. You have no face. You have no place where you live. You're a troll. You are trolling, and I don't appreciate trolls on my channel. Prove to me you're not a troll. $20 super chats are positive proof you're not a troll. Other than that, if I see one more comment from you, I'm removing you from the channel. You have left 18, 20 comments. I haven't responded to any of them. I don't talk to people I don't know. Okay? And I don't respond to comments. And you just insist on getting blocked. This is your only avenue at this point. One more comment, I remove you. Dennis will remove you. Scott will remove you. Jack will remove you. You are just being an annoyance at this point. Every one of your questions are requiring a piece of information that's, 1, none of your business, and 2, if you want to make it your business, put up a super chat. It's not complicated. So if I see one more comment from Mike, I'm going to remove you permanently. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. Now, did you like that for an answer? I don't, I keep telling you people, I don't do this for your benefit. I gave you people hundreds of pieces of information this week about drones. And you just come and want to waste my time. You know what? We're going to go. We're going. Adios. Bye-bye, Mike. I'll take care of this. Small job. Hide user on this show. Now, because you didn't take my advice, now you have no ability to comment at all. Nothing. Zero. Go start a new channel. Don't come to my channel. This goes for anybody. If I don't know who you are, just watch the show. I am not here to answer random questions that want pieces of information that are, number 1, none of your business, and number 2, could be used for a nefarious reason. Go away. All of you. If I don't know who you are, and you don't have content up on your channel, including your face and where you live, I'm not interested in your opinion. Okay? I know every single blogger on my channel. And if you think that you can get away with it, look what happened to poor Mike. He disappeared. No, 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 no videos, no anything on Mike's channel. Signed up 2 months ago. See, I nailed it. See, this is what trolls do. And I don't mind talking about the trolls per se, taking the time out. You guys need to understand this is a no troll zone. You could coin that phrase, no troll zone. Do not troll my channel. Do not come on and ask me questions that could be used for nefarious purposes. The answers could be used for nefarious purposes. See, that's the problem. I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. Okay. I have been offered to come on to people's live streams, or what they call, I don't know, there's another platform where people can go up on you can see your face or your avatar on somebody's channel. I don't do that because every person that goes up there is every word they say with their face in it or their voice is critically criticized, where they could use it against the person. And they always try to entrap you. The owners of the channel are always trying to entrap you. Always. This isn't paranoia. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen where the owner of a channel has lied about me. All of her subscribers went against me. Then they wanted me to come on a panel to defend myself. Well, how do you defend yourself against 12 people that were lied to and believed the lie? And I would be sitting there like some fool trying to defend myself. So I do videos for my own practical purposes. You're not going to entrap me to get me on your show to talk about things that you want to talk about. And the last person that tried to get me on his show was going to do exactly that as well. This isn't paranoia. This is the way these people work. They want drama, but they want to say they don't want drama. So how do they get their drama? They get their drama by subterfuge, nefarious methodologies to question you, to entrap you. If I mention names, you would know that what I was saying is true. Or a big one is they'll pretend to be your friend, and then they'll go behind your back and befriend every person on YouTube that you have nothing to do with for legitimate reasons. And then they pretend to be your friend to get you on their show. And then you'll be trolled to death where you'll leave the show, say, I don't want to do this. And they'll say that you're a coward. You don't want to answer questions because you are lying about something, or because you can't answer them in an honest way. No, I don't want to be trolled. Not on their channel, not on his channel, not on her channel, and not by some clown named Mike. I knew Mike was a troll. Go back to the beginning. I said, Mike, I don't know who you are, so I'm not going to answer your comment. And then one comment after the other. The trolls have a method to their madness. The method is to say hello. How are you? I've been subscribed to you for a long time. I like your videos. And then they'll get you to say hello, and they'll get you to open up, and then they'll start peppering you with questions. They'll take over the live stream, and then your topic matter becomes null and void, and now they're in control. That's what they do. That's the methodology of a troll. For those of you who are watching, this is what trolls do. They have no reason to do such other than they have nothing else to do with their lives. Thank you again, Wes. I feel like singing again. I feel a $399 song coming on. I don't know where it is. I'm not real sure where it is, but I'm pretty sure there is one. Let me see what I can do about this. Wait. We have to do the R-O-M. Okay. Ah-O-M is like the sum total of all sound in the universe. Ah-O-M. You know, this is Alo's favorite bucket. Alo, the great Alo de Winter, he calls this a bucket. Alo de Winter. You know that Alo trolled me. Alo trolled me. Let me tell you a true story. Alo trolled me to get me to threaten him, perhaps. I don't know. To get me frustrated to the point where I couldn't think straight when I was doing a live stream. He constantly peppered me with trolls and saying that this was going to happen and that was going to happen. And I basically just gave him the middle finger and told him to take a walk. And then he stopped trolling me because he knows that I'm not going to be trolled by him or anybody else. And if anybody can be a troll, if there is a troll, if trolling exists, the great Aloe de Winter is a troll. He is the ultimate troll. Aloe de Winter, he is the ultimate troll. One lonely farmer, Wes and Teresa and William and Timothy and Joseph are the family of farmers that I met in 2019. I worked with Wes hand in hand. We loaded a truck as two real men can. We talked about agreements before he came to New York, and we both kept our agreements up. A real man keeps his agreements. Wes made an agreement to pay me fair market value for my tools. Wes, one lonely farmer, came to New York, and I put all the tools in a pile in the basement. I knew what their real value was when they were new, but they were not new anymore. Wes and I went into the basement and proceeded to load up the truck. There was no talk about money or the amount of money for the tools. His only promise was he'd give me fair market value. And when we were done loading up the truck with tools that had a certain value, and we packed up the truck and put on the tie downs and the straps, and the truck was loaded, we went upstairs, and Wes said, "This is what I believe those tools are worth." And I said, "Thank you very much. That's a very fair offer. I couldn't expect more." And what I believed the offer should have been was exactly the number that Wes came up to on his own. An honest man doing honest business, one lonely farmer. So let me tell you without the noise, okay? So I had a certain amount of tools and equipment that I could not take to the Philippines because it just wasn't going to fit in the container. Actually, the container had already left. So these tools and equipment had a value. What their value was new was multiple thousands of dollars. Multiple thousands of dollars. But as used equipment, and some of it had even been underwater during Hurricane Sandy, and would like, for instance, there was a 5 foot 6 inch high DeWalt drill press where the chuck was a Jacobs 3-hole chuck that worked. I unfroze that. And then it had a motor that needed to be replaced. The motor went under salt water. But the drill press, the vertical stanchion, the base, and the pulley system was always well lubricated. So we needed a new motor and possibly a new switch. So knew that drill press had a value of, I don't know, $900 on its own. But used as scrap metal, for most people that wouldn't be able to fix it, it was worth $10, $5. And I had a couple of pieces of equipment like that went underwater during Hurricane Sandy that could be fixed by a man with Wes's ability. But there were many other objects that were in pristine condition. Many other, for instance, there was a pool ladder that went up 5 steps and had a platform at the top of it that would support 800 pounds. So six adults could climb up the steps and jump into a pool. That had a value of about $800. That was brand new. That had never been even used. And there were several other major pieces of equipment that were worth anywhere from new in the boxes. In other words, there were several boxes of stuff that were brand new in the box, in the original wrappers, that had a value from $275 up to $450, $500. There were quite a few of those. And then there were other things that were antiques that had no value to me at all. They were 100 years old, and I couldn't put them on an airplane. The container was full, and I had a price in mind that I believe that those products were worth X amount of dollars. That's what I believe would be a fair price. But had Wes offered me less money, I would have agreed to that amount of money as well. Not because he had me over a barrel, but because I like Wes. But he didn't do that. My summation of what the parts were valued at was X amount of dollars. After the truck was loaded, after the other tools, 30 or 40 tools that were in their original boxes, after he had them in his possession, he offered me the exact amount of money that I thought they were worth. And that's all they were worth. He's a fair man. He's an honest man. Then we went out and had pizza. Then we drove through the city, and then we went to his house. I was very tired from loading the truck, and his wife, Teresa, made us chicken cutlets from fresh chickens up in Pennsylvania. That we bought them up there, and fresh, I think it was arugula, and with Heinz 57 ketchup. And we had a meal fit for a king. His wife, Teresa's excellent cook. And we sat down at the table with Wes, Teresa, Tim, and Joseph. I think Joseph was there. I don't remember. I don't know why I don't remember. I think I remember Tim because he taught me about the batteries. But I do believe I met. That's my memory failed me for that moment. I don't remember. But I did meet Timothy, and what a great family, and what a great farm, and to see all that equipment and somebody that maintains that equipment was just amazing. And not a lot of people can do that. You have to grow up as a farmer. You need to be able to do all things farming. That includes, Wes knows about chemicals and mixtures. The one thing that I could never do is farming because of the chemicals. That to breathe in those fumes would, my body is allergic to all those chemicals. I couldn't do it. And Wes, he does that, as do all farmers. I couldn't, I can't be around chemicals. That's why I quit smoking. That's why I quit eating the various foods of the Philippines, because of the chemicals they put in there. Even something simple like MSG or aspartame, I can't eat it. One small amount of aspartame, one dose of aspartame, one package of aspartame in my coffee, and my body breaks out in bleeding lesions a few days later. But Wes, always give Wes the opportunity to watch his videos. I leave a comment. I always give him a thumbs up. And I don't troll his channel. I'll watch the video for 18 minutes, 26 minutes, 34 minutes. I'll pick out one aspect of the video and say that was funny, or I learned something new today about farming, which I'll never use that information, because my mind always wants to keep growing. Unlike other people's minds here on YouTube, I mean, I don't have to watch his videos. I enjoy, I'm never going to know, I'm never going to be a farmer. Even if I wanted to be a farmer, I couldn't be a farmer, but I like the idea of learning about farming, because it's a major, major important thing in this world, farming. And I like to know. I learned, for instance, I learned this morning for the first time at 4:30 in the morning, I was up watching a video on how to make high pressure oxygen cylinders for the acetylene and oxygen tanks. I didn't know how they made them, but now I know. They take a pipe, they laser cut it, they put the pipe into a red hot tube, and it's red hot because there were 3 bowl torches, big blow torches, acetylene bowl torches, and the pipe, the oxygen cylinder is made out of a pipe. It's being heated up. It's being heated up while it's turning slowly, and it gets it red hot into a glowing red hot, white hot, and then they put it into this tube spinning, and in the tube it starts to encroach downward until the tube that's like this becomes like this inside the tube, and it's spinning, and that somehow under tremendous amounts of pressure, tons of pressure, the pipe encroaches down and seals itself on the bottom end, which is now round like a scuba tank, but on the top end it has a little bit of a different orifice in there, and the pipe goes in there, spins around, and then it comes out with a short stem on the top, and then they drill it out and put a valve in it. Now, I don't need to know that. I just go and order a tank, and they put it on a truck, and I bring it home. But it was interesting to learn that I've been using those acetylene tanks and oxygen tanks for 60 years, 55 years. I don't know how they made those, so I looked at a video on how to make, and I thought that was really cool. I already know how they make ships' propellers. I watched how they do castings, plastic mold, vacuum wraps last week. Am I ever going to start a plastic mold factory? No. But I like to know how it's done. I just want to know how the things that I use are made. I don't do it. I'm never going to start a plastic mold company, although I was told in high school by one of my teachers that plastic items were going to be a thing of the future, that eventually things would be made out of plastic. by one of my shop teachers. And he was right. And I remember that because what he said to do was not to build a plastic company. He said, and this is my shop teacher, it's not my economics teacher. He said that if you're going to invest in something, invest in anything plastic. He was right. I never bought a stock in my life, but he was right. Turns out that would have been great information. Who knew? So, but I like to learn, and watching Wes for 1/2 hour or 40 minutes a week, I learned something. I learned how to do something. I learned to never take your Model A Ford car with the rumble seat in it, bring it to a paint shop, because that guy stole his rumble seat. There's no doubt about that in my mind. Wes said that the guy took the rumble seat out of the car to paint the inside area where the rumble seat comes out of the trunk, and he put it on the floor and somebody took it as scrap metal. I don't believe it. I believe that paint shop realized that that rumble seat had a value of $2,000 for its original frame and springwork, and I believe the guy sold it. Now, I can't prove that, but that's what I believe happened to that rumble seat. Why would... You see, when they paint the car, they take the pieces out of the car, they put it next to the car as part of like the car package. The seats, maybe they take the front and back seat out of it, the cushions. They put all that stuff in a pile. Why would somebody just take the rumble seat? Because okay. You know, that's weird because I knew that that channel that was just removed permanently from my page. I've seen that channel on other people's, people that lie, people that deceive on their channels, praising those people as a troll, of course. It's the same way that channel, that guy just trolled me. I should have blocked him before. I do remember seeing it, but I remember seeing that weird script. Why do you come here and do that? You're not only going to get 1 or 2 shots at this. And talking about Miss Daisy May doesn't affect me at all. Not one bit. But I do expect that people will talk about her because they were jealous of having a very nice young lady as a girlfriend. So knock yourself out. But every time her name comes up on my screen, you're getting blocked. Just the way it is. Could I show you? Could I tell you? Would you believe it if I told you what's going on? No. So why bother? Every time Daisy May's name comes up on my screen, I'm going to block you. Every single time. My friends don't mention her. And anybody that does gets removed. You see, I keep telling you people, I am not here for your personal satisfaction. I'm here because I choose to be here. I gave you this information. That guy, instead of trolling me about where Daisy was with him, which is not true, but instead of trolling me, should have gave me $10 for the information I gave you about trolls, or One Lonely Farmer, or how to keep an agreement. Which, of all the things, when I put all those items in Wes's truck and packed up his new items that I had that were never used, new sets of full sets of tap and dies that were worth $150, $175, full sets of this, full boxes of that, full boxes of that, half boxes of other parts, little parts, reamers, things like that. I didn't know what he was going to give me, and I didn't care. I told Wes, whatever you give me, I'm going to say yes. I had a price in my mind of what I hoped to get. That number was what Wes gave me, offered me. It was plus win-win situation. So, but I would never troll anybody's channel. I don't have the time for that. I don't know why you do that. Just don't see it. I don't see it as an option. You must live very, very, very minuscule mindsets. Your mind is very minuscule. Your ability to see beyond the pale is minuscule. Why would you spend hours a day trolling people's channels? I don't see it. Unless you have a specific goal in mind. Okay, your goal was to get blocked. You got that. Next. Anything else? So I don't know if Wes is still here. Way past his bedtime, being 9 o'clock at night. Thank you. I'm sure Dennis. Thank you, Dennis. Or Scott. Hey, DNC. DNC. Did you see what I saw, DNC? Wait, did you see what I see, DNC? Look at this, DNC. DNC is a major contributor to the drone fund, and I thank DNC for his contribution. One lonely farmer just destroyed several people's days, DNC. Look at that. That's not 399.99 pesos, DNC. So that brings up today's total for, we'll say 400 and 235, $635 less a penny. So it's $634.99 in SUPACHAT this week. Plus I added a few $100s more to my Patreon, which brings up the total to about $800. I'm shy now about $100 towards my objective goal of $900 in SUPACHAT. However, I upped the purchase of the drone, which you well know because I sent you an email this morning. I upped the purchase for the people that have not seen the drone that I'm going to buy. I'm going to open up that page right now. I'm buying the DJI Mavic Mini 2. So here it is right here. Yes, DNC and I have been personal friends who trust one another explicitly for several years now. Neither one of us has ever broken the other's trust and never will. And DNC introduced me to another man who is just as trustworthy as he is. So here is the drone that I have purchased. The order has gone through. Let's see. What happened to my tape? The order has gone through. Here is the order. That is the order. Estimated delivery July 20th to 23rd, 2022. The price is a grand total of 33,000 pesos, sold by Lazada. By the way, there's a business on the site here called it sells drones. It's a BANG. Banggood, I think that was. I'm not real sure what it said. But Banggood or Banggood or something like that. You cannot buy a drone from them in the Philippines. They only sell drones in America. So the prices that they advertise on the sidebar, actually the prices in America and the prices in the Philippines they're identical. Even though there's a big difference in people's income. Banggood, I think it was Banggood. Banggood sells drones with, it says, buy the drone from us. And it punches up, believe it or not, it punched up my credit card information. How it got that, I don't know. But it punched up my credit card information, and apparently I must have put it in a year or so ago for something. I don't know, but it punched up my credit card. Buy now, and with the insurance that doesn't exist in the Philippines, it tries to trick you to buy it now with the insurance, but it only ships to America. And then, if you bought it now, of course you could cancel it, but it would have shipped to my address in Florida. So apparently, I either ordered something from that address going back 12, 13 years, 14, 15, 20 years. Apparently, I put my information in there 15 years ago. It knew my address. Now, I don't even remember what credit card it punched up. It could have been my old credit card. I'm not sure, but I didn't buy it from them. But so anyway, the drone is on order. DNC, as you well know, I sent you mail. I send out mail to all my personal friends, and DNC, Flying Circus, is another personal friend. Thank you. Thank you very much for your donation. And I do have, let's see if I'm over here. I have to get back to my page now. Here we are. DJI are good drones, says DNC Human Circus. So I want you to know that I get a lot of mail from people like DNC, Flying Circus, several other YouTubers that make videos, and I correspond with them on a personal level, going on years, and I enjoy that. I enjoy the interaction, even though it's a quick, "Hey, how you doing? Thanks." You know. Oh, and DNC, you're always welcome to put. You have a wrench. You're always welcome to put your channel and your IP address up there, your URL. You know that. I mean, anybody who has a wrench is welcome to do that. Scott Del Fuego was in the house. Michael is a versatile man. Areas. I do. I have a lot of that. See, that's another. That's, you know. I don't really want to be negative in this video, but you've heard stories that I lie about owning a barge. Well, go Google Michael Fazio's real job. You're going to see my barge and me operating the equipment on the barge. Cranes, pile driving units. You're going to see all of that. How could I do that unless I owned it? How could I be on a barge in Michigan, bringing it back from Michigan through the Lake Michigan, Lake St. Clair, Detroit Straits, Lake Erie, then down through the lock system from Black Rock Lock down to US 1 Lock at the top of the Hudson River, and then down the Hudson River. Then I made a left and went to Kennedy Airport. How did I do all of that? As the captain of the barge, I owned the barge. Coast Guard has me down as the owner of the barge. How did I do all of that unless I was the owner? You can't. If I wasn't the owner of the barge, see, what you people don't understand is nautical law, maritime law. As the owner of the barge Dragon that I purchased from Mike Wells, who owns Four Seasons Boat Company in Traverse City. Mike Wells, or did own Four Seasons Boat Company in Traverse City. If I bought the barge from Mike Wells, and I did, and he put my name down on the Coast Guard paperwork as the owner, and he did, that allows me to bring the barge from Traverse City, Michigan to New York City or any other destination as the owner of the barge and the captain of the barge, because I'm the owner. You cannot, if I bought the barge and gave the barge to Scott Del Fuego, He could not make that trip. He's not the owner. He would have Scott Del Fuego would have had to be a licensed captain with 100-ton master's license. Now, as it turned out, I already have the knowledge of a 100-ton master, so I could bring the barge back, and eventually I passed those tests. But as the owner, I could bring the barge back. But anything short of being the owner, I could not transport the barge from point A to point B. So you hear stories that I lie, but I don't lie. You hear stories that he's never going to buy a rebar bender. I bought a rebar bender. He's broke. He can't afford a rebar bender, but I bought the rebar bender. Now what you have is a troll, a little tiny brain trying to troll me to find out what I'm doing with the rebar bender. And it didn't work. So every day he needles. Every day he talks some little needling aspect of his tiny little reality, his glimpse of reality. His purview of reality, and everybody knows who we're talking about, no names mentioned. His purview of reality is like looking at the sun through a cut in a paper. Like, if you want to look at the sun, you could take a piece of oak tag or a black sheet of paper and just put a slice in it with a knife, and you could look through the paper from that tiny little perspective. Where in reality, there's a whole world. There's a whole, I wouldn't call it omnidirectional, but I would call it omnidirectional forward spacing world, where you could see trees and houses and fence lines and birds and roosters and trucks and boats and all in that, all what I'm looking at right now. All what I'm looking at right now. I'll show it to you. Okay? And then you will understand how big of a view there is that I can see. Is why I keep looking up. I'm looking at the ocean. I'm looking at the ships go by in the ocean. I'm looking at a beach boat. I'm looking at a barge. I'm looking at the trucks drop off diving tanks. I'm looking at motorcycles that go by. I'm looking at the trees. I'm watching the chickens. I'm looking at the security across the street over there, sitting there hanging out, doing nothing, just hanging out. That's his job. He's doing exactly what he was hired to do. Watch the fence line. Stand on that fence line. So my perspective is big. The guy who keeps needling me is looking through that little slit in the paper. And now I'll describe that little slit in the paper, what his real life as the sum total of his real life. I captain a 16-foot John boat with a 25-horse tiller motor. That's cool. Any boat is a good boat, DNC. I don't care. Once you get out on the water, there's nothing like it. Captain Billy Jack. Magic mushrooms, baby. Ah, God. Don't eat more than 4 ounces at a time. So his view of reality is that little slit in the paper. How does that relate to his real life? His real life is that little tiny slit in the paper. All he sees is a very narrow band of reality, which is based on negative energy. That's all he sees. He doesn't see anything else. He doesn't see the beauty of the trees. He doesn't see the roosters that are sitting on the fence. He doesn't see the people going to the beach, coming back from the beach, the dive boats. He doesn't see any of that. His band of reality is just negative. And from his perspective of where he does most of his exercise in life, breathing, what he does with his waking hours is basically You don't have to be in the Philippines to do what he does. He he calls himself a blogger, but he's never blogged anything. And when he does, he gets himself in trouble by putting out such negative reviews that he's not allowed to go anywhere anymore because nobody wants him in their business because all he does is talk negative. But that's his reality. His reality is that narrow little band of negativity. And but the funny thing is I'm not even gonna go. He doesn't. Where is his blogs? His blogging is not constantly day after day, day after day, day after day, day after day, video after video, upload after upload, one commentary after another. Every single thing in the negative, that's not reality. Reality has a multiple band of different things. Reality is a variation of good and bad and hot and cold and light and dark. His reality is negative. It doesn't matter who or whom or what, it's negative. Or it has to do with financial, what he believes success. It has nothing to do with life, nothing at all. With living life. And you can't live life from a bedroom. And that's pretty much where he blogs from, his bedroom and his air-conditioned room. That is not blogging. That is not participation. In the grand scheme of things, that's not participation in the festivities. Now, what did I do this week? Well, I blogged the Bellevue. I did 2 live streams on drone options. I talked about how to make an order in Lazada. I blogged that you haven't seen yet. What was it that I blogged? I blogged the sidewalks in the city of Tagbilaran that are missing entire sections that you could fall down and fall into the sidewalk and seriously get hurt. I did several other videos that I haven't loaded. I did several videos that I loaded and were set on private and only sent to just a few people. I blogged the white sand beach behind my house last week and the boats, the bunker boats. I explained to you what a bunker boat was, how a bunker boat works, the nomenclature on a bunker boat. Oh yeah, I blogged the decathlon in my area where I got up at 4:30 in the morning and got out there at 5:30 and went down to see all the athletes. I showed you their 622 bicycles that were registered to the event and the athletes and the staging grounds for the athletes. That's blogging. Sitting in a bedroom, see, he doesn't get this. My Philippines Interest, DQ, said it this morning, as did Memorabilia Collector, NDNC. His life, his reality of his small band of life is almost over, pushing on the age of 70 years old, and nothing is he blogging of the Philippines. He just sits in an air-conditioned bedroom. And when he did blog the other day, it looked like, and I'm not being facetious, and it's a sad chain of events, but let me tell you what it looked like. It looked like, let me see if I could do this with this. No. It looked like this, his only blog. It wasn't even a blog, it was an update. Okay, I'm going to take this rubber band, and then we're going to pretend that this light is a camera. And what did he? What did he do? He took a rubber band and he put it on the camera and he walked around his domicile. And this is what it looked like. It looked like he had his camera smashing around on a rubber band. I'm not even kidding you. His blog, and he said he went to photography school for 7 years. And his camera was going up and down like this, like on a rubber band, but it was also going like this and like that on that rubber band. So let's get here. That's what it looked like. It looked like a marionette out of control. Out of control marionette. An out of control marionette camera on a rubber band, and there was no control, no camera control. It looked a little spastic, if you ask me. I could be wrong. So, and that's what his video looked like. The whole video, the whole thing, up and down. Because he doesn't buy a camera gimbal, none of my videos look like that because I have a steady hand. But this is what that so-called blogger's video looked like. It looked like a camera bouncing around on a rubber band, and he was trying to zoom in on something in his house, and it went in and out of focus. It was in the picture. It was out of the picture. There was floor, then there was ceiling, then there was a wall, and then there were cabinets, and then there was a outside fence that was like a brownish black made out of metal. It was the corner of the fence. And then there was a door. And then on top of that, he made a major blunder in the video. Major blunder. He said that the top of the molding of the kitchen cabinet just got its first coat of stain today. That's nonsense. Nonsense, I say. That molding had at least 2 or 3 coats of varnish on top of the stain. May have had its last coat that day. But he makes those little mistakes. The molding on top of the cabinet was high gloss finish with multiple coats of varnish on the molding. Could not be the first coat. The first coat on any wooden molding would be a dull finish. That molding had a high gloss reflective finish. So he doesn't even get the information that he's given you right. It may have been the first coat. See, the way you do molding like that is you cut the molding to size, but a little bit longer because it's going to shrink in width and length. Always does. Always has. That's what wood does. Unless you buy kiln-dried wood. K-I-L-N. Kiln-dried wood. So you cut it a little longer. You dado out the back of the cut. You back cut the 45s. You dip it. You rag and stain. You stain both sides. Both sides you stain. Give it a good schmear. Okay? 1 good solid coat or 2, depending on how dark you want the wood. You let that dry in the sun or in the shade, but outside. And you put a coat of varnish on it, thinned out 25%. Preferably McCloskey's Spar varnish, but they make other varnishes that are... Oh, we have a spider going over here. McCloskey Spar varnish, 25% thinned out. And you put that in the wood, it'll suck up into the wood, it'll turn into like a very dull finish. Very dull finish. Because it's 25% thinned out with turpentine, not thinners, not mineral spirits. 25% turpentine. This is what before you put the molding on the wall or the cabinets. Now you got a coat of stain that dried outside. Now you have a coat of McCloskey Spar varnish. That's the best. Thinned out 25% with turpentine. It sucks it straight into the wood. It disappears. It just disappears. 20 minutes, you can't even feel that the varnish was put on the wood. Now, you let that dry completely, because if you put another coat on, it goes straight into the wood. That varnish goes into the wood about 25 hundredths to 35, 40 hundredths of an inch. That dries and causes a seal inside the wood. Now, you take McCloskey Spar varnish thinned out 10%. Outside, still it's off the cabinet. 10% thinned out. You put a coat on one side only. The first coat thinned out 25% all around ends, front and back. Second coat thinned out 10%, front side only. Face. Let that dry. Now you have a stain, a first coat, and a second coat. Now is the time to put the molding on the cabinet. Any cabinet knows that. Any cabinet maker would know this. The molding is already finished before you put it on the cabinet. You don't put the first coat of stain on the top of the cabinet. He doesn't even know the procedure of what's going on in his own domicile. You put the molding on, you put your pin nails in, you set your nails, you put your putty in the holes. Now you take the final coat of McCloskey Spar varnish. I would thin it out 2 or 3% with turpentine. I'd put it on and let it dry, and that's how you would get that sheen. But not when you listen to this blogger. Did he say blogger? When you listen to him and he says, they put the first coat of varnish on. That's not the first coat, dude. That was like the third or fourth coat. It was a beautiful job. Beautiful. They did a beautiful finish on the molding. That's not one coat. That's 3, possibly 4 coats. So he's blogging about things he knows nothing about and then making up stories. And in the meantime, his camera is sitting on a rubber band going like this and like that. And if you call that blogging, well, then I guess anybody could be a blogger. Because that guy is not, in my opinion, a blogger. I mean, he would be a blogger if he went and did some restaurant reviews. There's supposed to be a beautiful meat market on that island called Gels, J-E-L. Oh, I'm sorry. He already did a review of that. Oh, God. I remember when he did that review. I don't think he'll ever go back in that store after the review he gave them. Yeah, I guess he did blog that. He blogged it, and I do know for a fact that Warren was very active at the time, and he sent Gels the video that particular fellow did. It was not in good taste. Something about the quality of cleanliness was not up to his standards. Something about that. So here is what you don't do when you're blogging. You don't take your camera and hang it on a rubber band and walk around the house and say, I'm a blogger. Look at what I did. Yes, you're doing something. You're not doing anything. You have other people do it. That's okay. That's fine. But and you're paying for it. That's good. But you're not blogging it. Blogging it would be to take the camera and zoom in and take a picture of the angle. Look at the workmanship of that cabinet molding cut. They back cut the molding first, then they stained it, then they thinned it out 25%, then they thinned it out 10%, then they put the final coat, then they put the nails in the putty, then they put the final coat over that. That's blogging. What you do is that narrow band, the minimal information that you could get away with, or you have an understanding of regarding your personal experience in life. But then when it comes to anybody else's personal experience in life, it's all that goes back to that narrow band of negativity. There's nothing else involved in your blogs other than negativity. And even when you're blogging your own personal project, that's coming along quite nice, to be honest with you. Nobody can take that away from you. You are doing it to throw it up in other people's faces that look at what I'm doing. And look at that guy, he didn't build the hotel yet. Why do you care? Why do you care? And the other guy, why do you care about the other guy either? This is your life, dude. One day somebody could take that away from you, your ability to blog. Maybe you lose your channel again. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you'll delete your channel by accident like you did last time. Where will you be if that happens? What is it that you don't understand? That your life of the constant flow of negativity is not a normal way to live life. You're living on one narrow band. If I'm not explaining it right, somebody else wants to explain it. But you can't just live in the negative. You can't do it. It's going to destroy you. And making up stuff. Look, I heard that disgusting video that you made about the man behind the wooden fence. That was terrible what you did there. You have no proof of that. You have no proof of that. You shouldn't do things like that. But you did. That's the negative part of your reality is in... That reminds me of a very famous actor. I think it was not the Magnificent Seven, but the war movie. Elliot Gould, I think, was not Elliot Gould. He goes, always in the negative, always in the negative. Something about soldiers, the Dirty Dozen. The Dirty Dozen, where the guy is going, always in the negative, always in the negative. Somebody will know that guy's name. How did Aloe get blocked? Okay, that's crazy. Okay, that's insane. Let me get Aloe unblocked. I don't see how that could happen. Okay, WTC, thank you. I got to tell you something. Got to be careful with those shrooms, especially if they're dried. I remember. Okay, so let me get the great Aloe de Winter. Aloe de Winter. I'll get him unblocked right now, but I don't see how he could have got blocked. I didn't block him. Somebody probably pushed the block button by mistake. Okay, so I'm going to unblock him right now. That's going to happen within the next 90 seconds. Hold on, I got to get to my page of. I have to do a few things here. Hold on. YouTube, my channel, history, my library. Okay, I'm just going to go here. I'm going to go to my channel. Hold on a minute. I'm going to get this done in a minute. You got to go into settings. You know, I wonder who else got blocked and how, because I've seen this happen before with my my friends. So we're going to put approved users. You got to go to the approved users section. Then you have to press enter after you put the link in there. You take the link from somebody's page. Then it shows up at the bottom, and he's an approved user. You have to remember to push saved. If you don't save it, and you do that. So Aloe is now what is called an approved user in the settings section. So when someone gets blocked, rather than go through all the blocked accounts, you go to their channel. You take their URL, copy it, go to your channel, go to your settings page, open up settings. When settings opens up, go to community page. When the community page opens up, you'll see approved users, you'll see wrenches on top. Then approved users is where you can add somebody that's been blocked by mistake, and then blocked people. I hope that helps. Let me get back to the page. Aloe is blocked. The great Aloe de Winter. That's amazing. That should never happen. That's a sin. That's a sin, I say. Oh my God, we have more super chat. Thank you. Let's see who that is. Captain Billy Jack. Free aloe, buy mushrooms. Don't worry, be happy. Captain Billy, I did acknowledge your comment before, Captain Billy Jack, long before you sent the super chat, because mushrooms, you had to be very careful with mushrooms. Let me tell you, I'll tell you about mushrooms. I'll tell you how to be mesmerized about mushrooms. And talking about mushrooms, look at this. We have the Mushroom Man. Now, let me tell you a little story about mushrooms. I had a friend of mine. Now, believe it or not, in America, you used to be able to buy the seeds of mushrooms. Okay? And you throw these little, they're those tiniest little things. They look like dust. And you put them on some cotton inside a bottle with a little bit of culture. I forgot what the culture was. I didn't grow them. My friend grew them. And a big milk bottle with the big milk bottle tops. They had the tops like that big. Or a jar with a screw-on lid, like a Skippy peanut butter jar. And inside, in a few days, mushrooms would come out of the cotton. Big mushrooms, too. We're talking about like that big. So what people used to do, not me, of course, but what people used to do is for $2 in the back of mechanics science, popular science, you buy the mushroom seeds. And they would grow the mushrooms, and then you would have to experiment how many mushrooms you could eat from any particular seed batch. Well, one day, a guy, no names mentioned, the guy who grew the mushrooms, he's probably grown a lot of stuff now. He was really good at growing stuff. He had a grow room in his house with a light, an artificial sun on a track in his house. He had hydroponics before anybody else. But anyway, this guy grew mushrooms in his hydroponic mushroom / grow room. And he had a whole bag of mushrooms because the things grow all the time. They don't stop growing. And he left out the bag or put them on a tray in the room, and the sun came on and dried them out to where they were not mushrooms anymore, where they were wet, but they were still moist and rubbery. Let's call it rubbery. So I was told. And this guy, what he did with all those mushrooms, he had like a 1 kilo baggie of these semi-dried out mushrooms. He gave those mushrooms to his friends, saying that he didn't know if they were still good because he only ate fresh mushrooms. He was a connoisseur. And one of his friends went to a martial arts class that night that they was going to have a test to get his another stripe on his belt. And he ate. He was hungry when he was on his way out to Long Island. And he was hungry. And he ate a few mushrooms. And they didn't really have such a good flavor or a bad flavor, but he ate a few mushrooms, and then he realized how hungry he was. because they were, they were good mushrooms. They were still edible, and he ate the whole bag. He ate the whole bag. They were good mushrooms, and of course, they didn't have any side effects. But he'll never forget that day. So, mushrooms, magic. Whenever anybody mentions the word mushroom, it always reminds me of Tommy and his grow room where he grew mushrooms. He was a mushroom. He could grow anything. He had tomato plants in his backyard. He had the same kind of garden my dad did. Free aloe. Buy mushrooms. Don't worry. Be happy. So that's another $10 towards the drone, which means I have to bang Aloe's bucket. Aloe calls this a bucket. Okay. This is Aloe's bucket. Where's my bucket banging? Here it is. Aloe de Winter and Captain Billy Jack are in the chat room. Thank you, Captain Billy Jack, for the super chat. Captain Billy Jack. Captain Billy Jack. Thank you for the super chat, Captain Billy Jack. This is Aloe's bucket. Aloe's bucket. Aloe. Let me tell you a story about Aloe de Winter. Now, I started telling the story how Aloe used to troll me. Big time. Big time. I mean, he might have been the most egregious of all trolls that I ever met. He sent me pictures that I gave to the NBI, because at that time I was involved with something with the... They looked at the pictures. They said, oh, my God, where did you get these pictures? I said, from one of the guys that are trolling me. He goes, we never saw pictures like this before. Aloe has the ability to research stuff anyway. So now from that day, from 2019, I never talked to Aloe again. And then one of the bloggers that are my friends now said to me, Aloe wishes to say hello to you. And that was 3 years ago. I'm not going to hold a grudge for 3 years, especially considering that he really didn't do anything wrong. He was just trolling. But there was no threats. Nothing like that. There were no threats. It was an oddball thing he sent me. So, but there were no threats against me. He might have talked about me, but I don't remember him talking about Daisy. He kept it clean. I think he had a little bit more respect for me than he has for others. And then since then, me and Aloe we talk sometimes for an hour, 50 minutes, 35 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, thumbs up on Facebook. We have some of the most levity. We have some of the greatest levity between the two of us. When I'm done talking to Aloe and after we have a good laugh, I'm good to go for a couple of days. Thank you, Captain Jack, for the super chat. Thank you, Captain Jack. Thank you. Let me show you why I like living here. And look, there's life outside. See the life outside? Look, see that truck? It's full of divers that are on their way to experience the Bohol Sea. There was another truck, same company, same truck, that just went just before him down to the ocean. And then there's another truck to the left, same company, same dive shop. And so there's like 12 divers on each truck, or 10. And there's now 3 trucks now on the beach. More life on the beach. See the truck on the beach? The brown one? That's a different truck. Maybe it's the same company, but it's the same size truck. That's why I like living here, because there's life here. As opposed, and I'm not being negative here, as opposed to that guy that sits in his bedroom blogging every day about everything that he can create negative about everybody else. That's, people have tried to help you day after day after day after day after day. They've tried to make you understand that your viewpoint of reality is perfect for you, but it's not normal. Okay? I am eccentric. Scott Del Fuego pointed that out to me the other day. Other people call me eccentric, but I am using my eccentricities for positive goals. You have no goals. You didn't accomplish anything personally. It's just monetary. Could I do the same thing here? Yeah, I could. Could I do it now? Probably. But now is not when I want to do it. Okay, I don't have to explain anything to anybody, but my friends know that what my capacity to move forward is. Right now, I'm involved with 2 or 3 other things. Mentally, I have enough on my plate. Physically, I have enough on my plate. I have 3 or 4 other projects that I'm setting up for future goals. Future goals. That all of them require a certain amount of time. So sometimes I go outside and work. Sometimes I prepare for something I'm going to do 5 or 6 months from now. Sometimes I'm ordering equipment. Sometimes I'm going to get equipment. Sometimes I'm ordering other stuff. My goals are such that there's an order to the system that I'm going to work with. You're not going to push me. You're not going to demean or demoralize me with your nonsense, saying, look at what he's done. Look at what Miss Dimples has accomplished in the last 3 months. Very nice. She knows how I feel about her and her new boyfriend, Drake. I wish them the best of luck. We have private correspondence to that level of what I just said, wishing them the best of luck. I have no animosity, but I am not Miss Dimples. My project is a little more complex than that and requires quite a bit more preparation, so to speak. I'm just not prepared to go forward with my plans. But you're not going to demoralize me to believe that my plans aren't going to happen. You, by saying he's too old to build a hotel, that's you. That's projection. That's because of your inabilities, your lack of skills, your lack of social skills. It's not because of my lack of social skills. Because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. So that negative little line, one day, and you know when this happens, people say, this is true. When people have a near-death experience where they're in a hospital and their life is extinguished, and the doctors bring them back to life through medical miracles. For that split second that they're on the other side, their reality is expanded to all levels of and all understanding of the universe itself. And in that split second where they transition from life to death and then back to life, they realize what they were doing in life from a different perspective. When that happens to you, that perspective, your awareness of reality, will expand as well. However, with you, I think that you're going to have a tremendous amount of regrets because you've never devoted your life to anything positive. Look at you demoralized, demeaned, criticized, slandered, and maligned Miss Dimples by calling her every derogatory name in the book. She didn't deserve that, but it was none of your business when you did it. And then just yesterday, you lied and said you never called Miss Dimples the C word. You lied. Allo played it on his show on WTF yesterday. You lied and said you never called Miss Dimples a con artist. You did that on December 13th of 2021. You did that. So not only do you go around critiquing other people when you shouldn't do that, but then you lie about it, and then when you get caught, there's no apologies. Now you're making it out like she's some sort of hero to you because she has accomplished building of a building and I did not. So now she's a better person than myself or the other blogger that you have to criticize every day. How did that work out for you? That yesterday you were entrapped. That was entrapment on your channel. Did you call Miss Dimples the C word? You said no. Did you demean Miss Dimples? You said no, I never said that. Did you tell everybody she was a con artist? In the comments, people were asking you those questions and you said, no, I never said those words. And then Allo played that soundbite on WTF's channel yesterday. So you demeaned, slandered, and maligned Miss Dimples because she was dating somebody that you didn't like. You called her every name in the book and said, I can call her anything I want as long as I don't use her whole real name. I'll call her a B word. I'll call her the C word. I'll call her every name in the book. She's a this, she's a that. And you went on for 90 seconds. And then yesterday you were asked if you said those things in your chat, knowing that Allo was going to post that stuff on WTF's channel. Somebody set you up, dude. And you were caught in a major, major lie. Even Sarcasm DQ noticed that. And you do that with everybody on a daily basis. That is not a proper version of reality. And one day, the thing that you wanted Drake to go do to the blogger in Mobile, one day somebody may come and do that to you for slandering, maligning, and calling their girlfriend or their wife or their future wife names like that. And you will be the person that has to worry about somebody coming to do that to you. Drake could just as easily go see you. Now, Drake could just as easily go see you for the things you said. That's a fact. Drake probably has the whole video. And multiple videos where you slandered Miss Dimples like that. Now, do I watch Miss Dimples? No, I don't. I watched Miss Dimples and a Drake video last night when they were in an airport and having some kind of foods they were getting out of a cup, like a giant paper cup, some sort of soup cup. And I watched, I think it was 20 minutes long, and I watched it. It looks like they're getting along just fine. God bless them. I wish them luck once before, many months ago. I wish them luck a few days ago when Drake arrived in the Philippines, and I wish them luck now. Best of luck. Do I think that I should be able to demean Miss Dimples? Did I do it? No. So I guess I don't think like that, but you did, because there's something that doesn't click right in your head, dude. It's just not clicking. You make fun of the guy in Mobile saying that the lights are on but nobody's home. Nobody is more susceptible to demeaning other bloggers than you. Nobody is more prone to do it. Nobody is more apt at doing it. And the thing that you did yesterday, saying that the man did a certain thing behind a wooden fence in front of a little girl, If they did that to you, you would say that that should be a death sentence. That should be a death sentence if they did it to you, but you did it to somebody else. No proof at all, nothing to back up your statement, and you demeaned, demoralized, and critique somebody to put their life in jeopardy where they live. But if they do it to you, it's wrong. If you do it to somebody else, it's right. Maybe one day somebody will look at you. There's probably 100 people that said they want to go see where you live and, talk to you. Nobody's ever done it because of the lockdown. You knew it was the lockdown. That was when you were the most egregious person in the world. Nobody's going to see me because it was locked down in the Philippines. But now it's not locked down anymore. Maybe somebody will go see you and that wants to do that coffee thing with you. Maybe. You've called on Drake to go after that man, and Drake would end up in jail if he did what you wanted him to do. You have no respect for Drake. You pretend to be Drake's friend. Drake, you're not Drake's friend. You could put Drake in jail for years if he hurt somebody. But you don't care about that. You would gloat over it. You would enjoy the fact that you got somebody else for the second time in 1 year to go do your dirty work. You did it once before. Don't think people forgot about that. They didn't forget about that. And to do it to Drake wouldn't be fair to Drake at all. But you don't care because you have no respect for yourself as a primary source of respect. You have no respect for yourself. You lie, you cheat, you demoralize, you demean, you criticize, you critique people that don't deserve it, and then you lie about whether or not you did it because you have no self-respect, none at all. And don't think that people don't forget that you do that kind of stuff. You do it with no remorse, thinking that you are untouchable. You call other people cocky? Dude, you're the most cocky person in the entire world. Nobody is more cocky than you. The fact that you said you never sent anybody to my house? Oof. I don't care whether that video pops up or not. I remember what you did. Just remember that. Remember that my memory is perfect when it comes to what you did and what happened because of what you did. Just remember that. Should be something that should be etched into your mind. Captain Billy Jack, thank you. Buy your own super chat. Thank you very much. So did we finish? Did we finish? Etched into your mind what you did, what you caused, the problem that you caused should be etched into your mind. Don't ever forget it. Every day you wake up, I want you to think about that. Thank you. Thank you. Captain Billy Jack, thank you. And think about the problem that you were going to cause for Drake because you have no respect for anybody else. And one day, someone will in kind that respect to you. I don't know if you understand what paying back in kind means, but you will. DNC and Scott. DNC and Scott have always been friends. I don't know what that means. WTF. What's up with DNC and Scott? No. No. They are friends. Okay, that was just a joke. Thanks, Foz, for the link offer. I don't really have any new material to promote right now from DNC. Thank you. DNC saying, hey, what? Okay, so DNC, can you get WTF? You have a wrench. Oh, wait. DNC, wait. Where are we at? Can you get WTF shadow link? Somebody and post it up there? The barge from Bahamas to Bohol. That would have been a trip. That's funny. Yeah, that would have been at 7,000 miles. I put 1,400 miles on the barge each way. He looks at life through Eskimo sunglasses. Yeah. That little slit. The ones that stop the sun from blinding sun. Like a snow. When the skiers have those same thing. The Eskimos in the sun, they get sunblind. That's right, Scott. He looks at life through those little slits or through horse blinders. That's true too. A horse blinder, what horse blinders do is horses have a wide peripheral vision, but when you're running a horse through a forest, you want the horse to focus in on what's ahead of the horse. You don't want the horse to be distracted by the horse next to it or, something else coming from the side. You want the horse to see what's in front of you so it focuses all its attention forward. Right, horse blinders. All right, you guys got to give me a minute. I am now blogging for 3 hours. I need a little water. One moment. And then there's the comments there. You guys can watch the comments. Here's my super chat from. Oh, that went away. My $10 from Captain Billy Jack, and $399 from One Lonely Farmer. Thank you guys very much. I'll be back in 60 seconds. 60 seconds should do it. Wow, that was quite the super chat day. So that's 235 plus 400, $635 in super chat this week. $635 in super chat this week. Oh, wait, I have something to show you. I don't have to show this to you, but it was on my desk, so why not? Okay, this is, of course, as you well know. Okay, I'm going to have to turn the camera around. Now, I was accused of not paying taxes. Okay, so this is the BIR tax form. The 2551Q is in Quebec. This is the quarterly of what taxes are due. Okay. Uh-oh. Hold on a minute. The battery. Hold on. My battery. What happened to my... Hold on a minute. We're running out of battery here. I can plug this in. Oh, here it is right here. My phone battery fell out. Okay, we're good. Okay, so let me get the paper back. So I was accused of lying that I pay my taxes. So I won't show you how much. But you do know that that video was made on, oh, that's another thing I blogged this week. How to pay your taxes, where to pay your taxes, and the tax office itself I blogged. So here is, I'm not going to show you the taxpayer identification. That's underneath this paper here. Let's make sure. Okay. Here you can see Michael Fazio, Poor Oak 7, Dole Hall. Everybody knows where I live, right? So that's true. Now, if I go down here and to the bottom, Michael Thomas Fazio, there's my signature. And I go down a little bit further, and then it has timestamp on it. And then it has verified July 12th. And then it has a stamp of July 12th, 2022. That's my quarterly tax. So to the guy that said I don't pay my, again, another lie. How many lies do you have to get? How many lies do you have to get caught with? That's why your credibility on YouTube is nil. You have no credibility whatsoever among the people. I pay my fair share of taxes for both Patreon and YouTube. It's not much. In fact, I almost enjoy going every 3 months because it gets me out of the house. It's something to do. So for you to lie day after day about whether every time I go to the tax office and I show you my tax papers, every day you make a video because you're not smart enough to believe. I have offered you 100,000 peso wager that I pay my taxes. And I've paid taxes since day one, on time, never late. Oh yeah, one day I was late. And it cost me 1,000 pesos to be one day late. We don't want that to happen again. But you're the one who's incompetent, that couldn't figure out how to make a YouTube channel be a success. You're the one who would have to go back and forth to Cebu to pay your taxes. It's too much work for you. And you're the one who doesn't need the money, so it doesn't matter, does it? I pay my taxes. The winter trolling. Aloe is here. Thank you, Aloe. The winter trolling since 2016. You were kidding me that Aloe was blocked. You guys, you got me. Hey, Aloe, thanks for stopping by. Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome to the machine. The winter trolling since 2016. Yes, I know you both. I'm super sick. That's true. Aloe and me, all kidding aside, the things that we laugh about, you have to have a certain demeanor, mental acuity. First of all, you have to be we laugh in unison with one another, sometimes for 90 seconds before we can talk. After one of us mentions a single word or a single part of a sentence, and we both break out in laughter because we both know where the banter is going. Aloe is one of the funniest people that I've ever talked to because his eccentricity in humor. Come on. When Aloe was talking about hanging fresh meat in the meat market last week, and he said, give me 200 grams of frankincense, incense, like the wise men gave Jesus a present of myrrh and frankincense. When Aloe said, give me 200 grams of frankincense, I was laughing so hard because Aloe was pretending to be one of the wise men. Well, when I made mention of that in Facebook, the two of us, we laughed. It's like a belly laugh for 90 seconds before we could talk again. Because that is high humor. That is new, and that is creative, and that is funny stuff from our perspective. Other people would look at it, maybe that's so funny. But for me, I think that was funny. Give me 200 grams of frankincense and another 100 grams of myrrh. That had to be one of the most classic lines ever produced in a routine on YouTube. Had to be. No one else, not even me, has come close in years to that. That was funny. Allo has what it takes to be a comedian, but he'd have to be a Don Rickles type comedian. Allo de Winter says hello to Captain Billy Jack and Scott Del Fuego and myself. Shroons are good. Oh, they were. I heard stories about those things. I wish I had a video of that night. That was funny stuff, man. That was nobody could believe Captain Jack. Okay, so you know what they do, right? I moved into what is called the zone, right? And there was I had omnidirectional instincts whilst blindfolded with my eyes closed. It was probably one of the best eating experiences I ever had. That was one funny night. That was, and even the instructor said, "Look at Foz." Captain Jack, that's right. Give me 200 grams of fresh frankincense. That's right, from the pile. Netflix, change your mind, baby. What's up, Michael says, Jack Thompson, the great Jack. Jack Thompson, let me show you. Let me show you something, Jack. That Jack is my long-term friend. But Jack, you could have been a contender, but you missed it. Look at this. Captain Billy Jack. Look at this, Jack. You could have been a contender. Captain Billy Jack shamed you. Right there. He shamed you, Jack. He shamed you. If you should right now be hanging your head low, Jack. You should be looking for a jack strap for your chin. Captain Jack shamed you, Super Chat, but it gets worse. It gets worse. It's going to get a lot worse in a few seconds, Jack. I want you to close your eyes, Jack. I want you to close your eyes. I want you to open your eyes now. And I want you to see what one lonely farmer did to you, Jack. He put you in the corner. You remember when I had that video where I put in the corner? You remember that? When I went to Palawan? You're in One Lonely Farmer and Captain Billy Jack shamed you into the corner. Shamed you, Jack. Now I expect you to retaliate, Jack. I expect you to retaliate in kind, if you can. I expect you to show these guys what Super Chat is all about. I expect you to go back to the days when Jack was in the Super Chat mode and Jack didn't know how to stop. I expect Jack to defend his Super Chat kingdom. I expect that from Jack. Now, I don't expect it today, though, because I know you're just getting back into working, but I want you to know, Jack, that there are people out there that have shamed you, and some of the comments were not so nice. I had to remove them. Like, what happened to your buddy Jack Thompson and his super chat? And I don't want to tell him what happened to you, Jack. I don't want to tell him that terrible thing that happened to you. I don't want to tell him that. When I don't want to do that. I like you, Jack. So let's go here. Let's go back to Jack. Okay, Prunk is upset that others live a life. Okay, DNC Human Circus says Prunk is just upset that others live a life. He is jealous of others' success and happiness. He delights in others' misfortune. That sums up his entire collection of work. That's what it does. That's sad. I mean, I don't care that he does it, but I do care that he does it to innocent people that don't have the same fortitude that I have, because I will eventually make him regret in video format what he does. I have 193 videos of his. And over the next 6 or 7 months, Aloe and the people that were defamed, slandered, and maligned in those videos are going to get some updates on those videos. Now, apparently that doesn't bother him so much, but that's okay. It's got to take a little bit of an effect on his. And as he gets older, he'll get weaker and eventually realize that he has wasted all that time. And there's no way to get any of it back. So to read that comment again, because it's so clear, it's crystal clear. Prunk is just upset that others live a life, period. Notice the grammar. He is jealous of others, with a hyphen. Success and happiness. Others' success and happiness. Perfect syntax there. He delights in others' misfortune. More proper English. That sums up the entire collection of his work, period. It does. Wilbur glasses. LOL. Get those glasses back on, Fazio. Thank you. He blogs like Joe Biden makes decisions. Yeah, he's not. He doesn't see himself as a failure. That's the problem. Even though he is an abject failure at everything he's ever done in life, he doesn't see it. That's sad. Forget about how slippery those floors are going to be. Who's going to keep those floors clean? Do you know how much work it is to keep a house like that clean? I wouldn't even bother having all that crap in my house. I'm going to be a minimalist when I build my hotel. I'm going to live in the most bare bones structure. All that stuff. I'll have my antiques, but I'll never dust them. I'll just hit them with the blower once in a while, and whatever goes, goes. Whatever blows, blows. Whatever falls off after it builds up to a certain level, that's good. I have not picked up a dust rag since I was 25 years old. I had a beautiful apartment. I used to dust it. Then I got a maid. I had a maid until I was well into my 30s. Just assume if he says anything, it's a lie. That's true. Sand between the coats. Sanding between the coats of varnish. Yes, I forgot that. You're right. I wouldn't sand that molding. I would have taken Scotch cloth. This stuff here. Scotch cloth is it's Scotch cloth. It's a kind of a plastic polymer. I would have used this, a different grade of this. This is to clean the pots and pans, but it's still Scotch cloth. You can buy it in different grades and different hardnesses. And I would have just wet sanded it down between coats and washed it off with fresh water in between coats. I wouldn't sand it because it's you want a high gloss finish. But yes, you have to clean it up between coats. This is a season of old house. This old house, my 8 million peso mansion, mini mansion. Yes, that's true. Um, I don't understand. And I'm being serious. I don't understand why he's so proud about spending 6 million pesos for something he's never going to leave the bedroom from. He's going to get that new bed is going to come. They're going to get some, and I'm sure there'll be a beautiful bed with a headboard and curtains and pillowcases and a nice new air conditioner, and that's where he'll spend the rest of his life in bed, blogging, spewing things out. Maybe the camera was because he was riding a horse. I don't think they have horses on that island. No, that was in the house anyway. You can't have a house. No, come on. Outside, when he goes outside, he does the same thing, but he's usually walking. He has a very weird gait between his steps. He doesn't walk like a normal man. His gait is short stepped. He touches. I'll show it to you. It's an odd walk. Most people walk. They walk and they put the ball of their foot down, and then they walk forward. They take a step. Ball, insole, toes. Ball, insole, toes. He walks and touches the front of his foot down first. He has no gait at all he has no gait between steps, and he has no bounce in his step at all. Nothing. Besides the fact that he breathes heavy walking through the house making a video in an air-conditioned house, and he's out of breath. He wouldn't last 30 seconds with the other guy from Mobile. Not 30 seconds. He said the other guy wouldn't last 30 seconds. The both of them would have a heart attack long before there was any ending to the fight. If there was a fight itself, the both of them would stroke out. Scott says, Jack, I'm still waiting for your. I want you to disrespect those guys. I want you to super chat them to death. Yes, Jack. I bought a truck for $45,000. That's thanks to me. Otherwise, he was going to spend $60,000 on a truck. I saved him $15,000. Luckily, I did that too. I'll tell you. So Scott and I have been friends for years. Scott asked me, should he buy a truck with a diesel or a gas engine? So I asked him how many miles a year he's going to put on it. And in order to save money with a diesel engine at the prices of current diesel prices at that time, you would have to literally put 100,000 miles on the truck to break even for the difference in the price of a gasoline to a diesel engine. You just know. And now that the price of diesel went up, there would be no break-even point. So I saved Scott, by my advice, $15,000, $20,000. So, but Scott bought a truck for $45,000. He put $3,500 wheels on it. That's $48,500. Now it's worth $115,000. I wish I could have been part of that. I could have got him to sell the truck, and I could have got an end. I'm looking at the chat. Oh, now I'm just up to that post now. I'll email him, says DNC. I'm not seeing an email either. Al DeWinter says he's blocked on here, Foz. Okay. Oh, you know what happened? I went up to show Jack to shame Super Chat. I went up to Super Chat, shame Jack. Didn't work, though. But I tried. What's up, Michael? Scott, Whiskey, and Aloe. Is that picture of aloe on the bucket? That's aloe. It's aloe. It's Aloe's bucket. We'll call it Aloe's bucket. Aloe is a friend of mine, like whiskey and Captain Jack. Captain Jack, oh Captain Jack. Thank you for the super chat. Now, some people would say, if Aloe is such a good friend, why didn't he super chat you? Let me clear that up, little man, as I know the little man will say that. What Aloe has done for me in the last few months, you couldn't pay money for what Aloe has done for me in the last few months. You couldn't hire somebody to do what Aloe has done for me in the last few months. Aloe gives me more than money. He gives me his friendship, he gives me his advice, and his advice happens to be spot on every time. To be clear, Aloe has given me a lot more than Super Chat. But I'll take Super Chat if you can't give me advice. Like, let's say Jack Thompson, right? Now, Jack Thompson is coming up a little bit short the last couple of years. That's because there has been no work for Jack. As a contractor, Jack has been struggling for the last 2 years. So, did that stop me from talking to Jack? No. Did that stop me from calling Jack up and laughing and having a little bit of friendly banter? No. Because Jack is a good man. Not sometimes a good man. He always means well, but he makes mistakes. As do we all. So, did we get over our little tiff? Yes, we did. But, to be honest, Jack has always been my good friend. However, I don't mean to let one lonely farmer shame you, chat shame you. It's different than fat shaming. It's chat. One lonely farmer and Captain Jack are chat shaming Jack. Jack is being chat shamed. I don't care. Jack is lame bank account. Jack is being fat shamed. Jack's bank account is a little lame. Aloe's bucket is in the house. Aloe's bucket is in the house. Aloe, 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 aloe. Aloe, the winter. Aloe, the winter is in the house. Aloe, 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 the winter. And Captain Jack and Scott and Jack and Dennis, Adam, and One Lonely Farmer are in the house. Bang apart. Okay, I got it. Well, this water was. Look at this bottle. Let me tell you something about this bottle. See this bottle of Ghibli's gin? Vodka? When my leg was in serious pain, I would take this bottle and turn it upside down. This is a liter. It's not a 700 and I would drink this much, whatever you see out of here, about that much. Then the next night to go to sleep, I'd drink down to here, and the third, this bottle would have lasted me 3 nights when my leg was seriously in pain. And I would drink that vodka just like I just drank that water. I'm going to show you. I would drink 1/3 of a liter of water, vodka, like I just drank 1/3 of a liter of water. 30 seconds. Put the cap back on the bottle. Put the bottle back in the freezer. I'll be lucky if I made it to bed. That's how much pain my leg was in when it was in pain. You know, when the neighbors hear the pot banging, they don't even look anymore. The neighbors don't even look. Let me get down here. Jack, DNC, Dennis. Good stuff, Michael. Thanks, Aloe. Military drones that shoot tiny bullets. I've seen those. They have a military drone now. I'll tell you how big it is. It's about this big. It looks like a wasp. No, I'm not kidding. Or a spider. And it has 4 propellers on it. And it doesn't fly like you would think it flies, like horizontal. It flies horizontal, but what it does, it doesn't shoot bullets. What it does is it flies to a person, to the target, and it lands on the person's head flat like that, right on the forehead or the back of the head. And it somehow holds itself to the back of the head, like the propellers are pushing it to the head, and a charge goes off and explodes, and it blows you up. It cracks your skull open. They have a drone like that now. I saw them. You can't buy them, but I've seen them on military programs that I watch sometimes. Captain Billy Jack, a moment in history. Fazio sings to Billy Jack and Aloe. Oh, I'll be singing to you guys for a long time. In fact, your name, Billy Jack, let me get that name right there right now. Your name is going down into the the message that went out on my my community page, where I notified people who super chatted me. Your name is going on to that page right now, as soon as I get to the community page. This way I can keep track. I'm not how much. That much I would remember. But I'm going to go to community, and then I'm going to go to edit. I have to go here. I have to go to edit. Okay. Captain Jack is right after Jim Alver. And then I will have a record of, I'm not going to put the numbers down because that wouldn't be fair to anybody else. This isn't a competition. I remember the numbers. That's the important thing. In the order that the donations were given. Okay, now even, you know what, let me go through, let me save this, post it, okay? Even my posts are more professional than the Bantayan bedroom blogger's post. When does he ever put anything in a post? First of all, he can't spell, but that's besides the point. We shouldn't hold that. My new drone, Sky King 1, that's going to be the name of my Sky King videos, is on its way to the Philippines. And I will do a show, how to place an order through Lazada. That's one blog, because their order page is messed up. I'm teaching you something. An update on my next big adventure to Bantayan Island. That's another blog. Donations. That's another part of the blog. Who donated? Sim Laquan, Bantayan Brawler, Louis Pagan Ponce, DNC, Jim Alva, Captain Billy Jack, One Lonely Farmer, and 2 others. For a total of 235, except, oh, that was 235, not 225. So now that becomes, hold on a minute. Hold on, we got to change that number. Oh, 235. I forgot the number of what the total was. Okay, so 235, then go 245, and add 400, 645. $645 with a goal of $900. So this is my super chat up until today from 1 week. $645 to go blog Bantallion Island. And that's the drone. That is the drone. So for those of you who haven't seen the drone, okay, so I actually make real blogs here. This is called a blog when you give people information. So we are looking for an additional 500 in pledges, which now goes down to, we have to change that too. It's not easy to do all of this stuff, but I do it anyway. For you, I do it. So we're looking for a total of 900. Where's that $500 thing? We're looking for an additional, so 900, we got 645. 645 from 900 is 255. Okay, that's math. 255. $255 more in pledges will pay for my drone and pay for my trip to Bantallion Island. We got to go back up and save that. We'll go down and save it. Okay, now we'll go back to the channel. This way I can keep track of who's doing what. So Jack, I want to chat shame you. I'm going to chat shame you now if it's at all possible. Doesn't look like it's possible. Jack cannot be chat shamed. Jack is a real man. He can't be chat shamed. Free aloe, says Jack. LOL. Nothing like cold pepperoni pizza dipped in black coffee. That was one of my best. You know what we should do here? Damn, what am I thinking? Where's aloe? Aloe de winter. Aloe de winter. Aloe de winter. Aloe de winter. Aloe de winter is a moderator. Aloe de winter is my newest moderator, and apparently Captain Jack should probably... Captain Jack, are you still here? I know that Aloe will wield his wrench. Are you guys are friends? I would imagine, right? I think I could take the chance. Captain Jack, if he's any friend of Aloe, is a friend of mine. Give him a wrench. Tasted, okay, UNC. Good stuff, Michael. Military drones, okay. A moment in history. Fazio singing, laughing my butt off. Never saw pictures like that before. Oh, no, never did. The NBI never saw pictures like what you sent me, Aloe. Will it clang when you... No, it's a little bit more of a thud when you do do's in the bucket. He doesn't believe that the sky is going to open up with drones. He doesn't. I don't know why he doesn't believe that. When have I ever lied? Told you I was going to buy a rebar bender. I bought a rebar bender. What I'm doing with it, no one knows. They're all upset that they don't see the rebar bender. Maybe the rebar bender went someplace else. Maybe the rebar bender is under its own power. The WTF hate crew. The bedroom blogger's home just appreciated. It's modified for a horse stall, and no Filipino will buy it. I don't know. Is there a barn in the back of that house? I don't know if you can have horses almost anywhere in the Philippines if you have You know how much work it is to take care of a horse? I had a horse for 2 months. They gave me a horse. My friend Tommy gave me a horse. He said, but you got to take care of it. You could use the horse anytime you want, but you got to take care of it. Every day you got to get up, talk to the horse, give the horse hay, clean out the stall, make sure the horse has fresh water. Then you ride the horse. You have to saddle up the horse, put the blanket on the horse, saddle up the horse, ride the horse. The horse gets sweats because it was in Southern California. Then you got to take the saddle off the horse, wash the horse down, then wash the blanket so it doesn't stink. And then you have to feed the horse while you're out with the horse for the day. If you're going to be gone all day and all night, you have to bring hay, and your water is easy to get back then. Horses are a lot of work, man. I would never want to have a horse. And I'd rather pull a train. That has so many dimensions to it. I'd rather pull a train. Are you talking about pulling a train on a horse? I mean, putting a horse on a train? Oh my God, Captain Billy Jack. I scrolled down too far. Captain Billy Jack, I'm a little scared from Popeye's anal fissure report. That was funny as all get out, man. Does only dopes think you don't pay taxes, says Scott. Okay, so let me get back up here. Oh. Okay, so what might as well give everybody. This is Adam as a moderator. WTF, hate crew, has a wrench. This way all you guys can come and wield your wrench. And let me tell you, let me be clear on this about the wrenches. Okay. My wrenches. I trust not one of my wrenches ever did anything to hurt my channel. Okay. Now, if you see somebody trolling me, now I don't like trolls. You guys let trolls on your channel. But if you see somebody talking about Daisy May, I don't let people talk about Daisy May. Daisy May and I are still very good friends, but that's besides the point. Daisy is not part of the YouTube community. She's off limits. But if you guys see somebody trolling me, and I don't have to read the comment. I leave it up to you that their comment was trolling. I'll read it, and if there's a mistake, I'll correct it. But my wrenches, very rarely will I ever supersede the opinion of any of my wrenches. I just don't do it. Because you guys are all professional bloggers and trolls. You know what trolling is. So I trust that you'll be very good at what you do. So you don't have to ask permission to block somebody. That's not part of what has to happen. You just have to decide that a person has to be blocked, and that's enough for me. Here comes Jimmy with his pecker in hand. He's off to the rodeo. I don't see anybody. There's nobody outside, Jack. There's just the ocean, the Bohol Sea, and some divers. That guy's name is not Jimmy, the guy over there. No, his name almost sounds like Jimmy, but it's not Jimmy. Actually, his name sounds like Jimmy, but it's not Jimmy. So let's go over here. Jack Thompson. The rodeo. Oh, rodeo. Okay. The rodeo song. Captain Billy Jack, true story. I bought the DJI Mini. That's different than the DJI Mini 2. This is the newer version. There's so many different versions. Okay, so Captain Jack says, true story. I bought the DJI Mini. I took it to my farm. First flight, 11 miles an hour, wind. I went up high. It flown away. I GPS tracked it in the snow, and it said it was 60 feet from my iPhone, and died. I lost the drone. Wow. That's a $500 mistake. The iPhone died. Yeah, but the Mini 2, Captain Jack, has an alarm and flashing lights. If you could have turned on the alarm on the phone, it has a signal, beep, 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 and flashing lights. I don't know that the Mini does, though. See, that's another one of those options. That stinks. They will replace a flyaway drone once. Not in the Philippines, DNC. I cannot buy I can't warrant spending $900 for the Pro version because there's no warranty, Captain Jack. That was part of my dissertation in the beginning. They do not have a warranty available in the Philippines. So if I lose it or dunk it, it's $900. I just didn't want to spend that much. Now that I have almost all the money, I probably could up to the next drone up. Scott LaFuega, this is trippy. I am watching myself in Illinois commenting, and the comment is in the Philippines, like time travel. It is even though the Philippines internet is not so good, this is amazing that we can communicate like this. DNC's humans, you know what? I could up the ante on that drone now. I got most of the money. I might do that. Thank you for the idea, Captain Jack. Well, but no, see, I won't do that because I still can't get insurance. If I could have bought insurance, I would have bought the Mavic 3 right from the get-go for $1,300 with the RC controller. But I don't. It doesn't warrant making one mistake costing $1,000. No, I'm not going to upgrade it. I was going to upgrade it, but I'm not. I thought about it. The DJI Mavic Air 2, never took it out of the box, traded in it on a camera almost a year later. My friend has the DJI Mavic Air 2. I was talking about him earlier. His name is George. His YouTube channel's name is Handsome. He bought the DJI Mavic Air 2. He took it out of the box. He flew it. Where we live is close to Kennedy Airport, so he would be in a TCA area, terminal controlled area, TCA. And it's a cone. It's a 5-mile base cone, radius, and 10 miles at the top. It's conical, but the cone is wider at the top than it is at the bottom, like all cones. It's like a funnel. He bought the Mavic Air 2, turned it on, flew it higher than the planes land over our house because we live next to each other. At 225 feet, the planes fly over our house because the runway's 1,900 feet away. He took it out of the box and flew it. It called for an upgrade, and the FAA turned his drone off. It won't even start up at his house. It won't fly at all. It won't fly at all because they use the computer to lock something inside the drone. It will not fly. It has to be outside the TCA to fly. They were saying that the Mini 2, the one I bought, can fly up to 18-mile-an-hour winds. 6 meters a minute, 6 meters a second. I don't know. Scott says, only dopes think I don't pay taxes. That's true. Breakfast tacos are diversity. Huh. He's not blocked. Laughing my butt off. Can I get a super chat back? Charlung. Charlung. Sounds like something that... Charlung sounds like something on Star Trek. That the... not the Ferengi, but the other aliens say. Captain Billy Jack says Aloe is funny as hell. He means that in private conversation. He's one funny dude, man. And I know I have conversations with Aloe for an hour, and we never run out of stuff to talk about. We both always have something else to do. Scott is scared of Popeye's anal fissure. Thank God you're not Popeye's proctologist. Otherwise, you would have lost your watch a long time ago, Scott. I usually stitch up my own anal fissures. Wow, Jack, you have long fingers. I've been big in the community for 2.5 years. I just sit back and laugh, says Captain Jack. Okay, that's cool. There's a lot of people like that, but not a lot of people can say they're friends with Aloe. And that's a big plus. Farmer is giving me and Scott Del Fuego fishes. Scott, yeah, but Jack, you have the cure. You be cured of an anal fissure almost instantaneously by putting up a red super chat or a couple of red super chats. Well, one big red super chat, Jack. I'm giving you options here. Bad Jack. Bad Jack, says Billy Jack. Captain Billy Jack. It's a lofty goal. Spread the love, Mr. DNC. Always. Not always, buddy. Not always do you spread the love. And I hear stories that you have an upcoming video. I'm looking forward to that. DNC. Now, DNC, if you guys are not familiar with who DNC is, he made the best... He made a video. Put that pocket video up on my channel. Put the link up there for that, DNC. This is one of the funniest videos anybody's ever seen. Put that pocket video up there, buddy. My goal is to find a married woman. Oh, Captain Billy Jack. He's looking to date. And you know what? Let me tell you something, Captain Billy Jack. I had the opportunity last week. I was in the mall. I will not date willy-nilly. And I have no intention on dating because I'm not in the dating mood. I'm not free. Let's say that. Let's call it that. So, but I had the opportunity to date a girl who told me she had 4 children. Last week, I met her in the mall. Okay, let me turn this around. So I'm online, and this girl, she's probably about 35 years old, nice age. Way well dressed, way overdressed to be shopping in the ICM supermarket. Way overdressed. Nice shoes, shiny shoes, beautiful silk, very sheer blouse where you could see she had a black sheer blouse on, but she had a black bra. You could see the bra, but it wasn't overburdening the color. Sheer dress that in regular light it looked like a dress, but when she walked away in the light, you could see through the dress. Where her legs were separated, you could see right through her legs. Drop dead gorgeous. Now, I don't know why she was talking to me. I have no idea. She was very nice. We were online for over an hour. And at the end of the conversation, she said, I'm not dating anybody. And I said, well, I had already known she had 4 children. And I said, well, I'm not into dating right now. And she said, okay. But I wouldn't date her. No matter how beautiful. She was beautiful. Beautiful woman. She had perfect makeup. She had nice jewelry, nice, beautifully dressed. She was upper middle class or upper class Filipino, no doubt about it. Very smart, very sharp, well dressed woman. But she had 4 children. And one of the children was with her. Child was about 2.5 or 3 years old. I don't want no part of that. No. I don't want to date a woman with children. I wouldn't do it. I've never done it. I did it when I was 20. I'll tell you what year it was. It was 1979. I dated a woman with 3 children. That was the last time. And it'll never happen again. Captain Billy Jack says, my goal is to find a married woman with 8 children and buy her husband a house. Oh, you're talking about that guy. Oh, yeah. Well, we don't know that that's what's going to happen. That guy, he may get lucky. She may just decide to keep him around. You never know. That's her option. Never crossed the man bridge, says Jack Thompson. Although he has a narrow back, he's never crossed the man bridge. He's tuned into a fruity interior Whoa, Steve, 25901, welcome to the machine. Steve says he's turned into a fruity interior decorator. Steve. Did you notice the lisp? Some people get a lisp when they get old. But when he was back in America for that year, his lisp, on a daily basis, his lisp became more and more pronounced. Typically, if you were hanging out with a group of Spanish people, you would have a tendency to have a little bit of a Spanish accent. If you were hanging out with black people, you might say a few words in black lingo. But his lisp, his limp wrist, limp, say that, limp wrist, limp. No, rimp list, his limp wrist, limp. No, his limp wrist, lisp. There it is. His limp wrist lisp became more pronounced when he went back to America. When he got back here, he was a new man. Well, a new half a man. It depends. But his limp wrist lisp was more actuated, more accelerated. The limp wrist lisp was more, and I'm going to tell you another story. I told the story yesterday. So this guy has mentioned the size of the guy in Molebal's private parts, my private parts. DNC's private parts apparently don't work. He happens to be the type of person that'll mention a man's body's private parts multiple times in almost every video. So my lawyer and I, not my lawyer, I hate to call him my lawyer because I think of him as a lawyer. That's what he is, a lawyer. Nothing more, nothing less. But the lawyer's secretary and I, and the lawyer, we were watching some of his videos. We had an hour to kill in the courtroom. And the lawyer has been watching some of his videos for something that's going to happen maybe in the future. And I said to the lawyer, give me your opinion, to the lawyer's secretary. What's your opinion about why this guy's always talking about men's privates? And the secretary just plain and simple said he's a gay. He wasn't being sarcastic or anything like that. He just said he's a gay. In other words, he doesn't know this guy, but from his conversations where he's always talking about the size of somebody's body, whether or not somebody's private members work, the fact that I never consummated my relationship with my Daisy May, the fact that he says maybe I never consummated any relationship without any woman. The lawyer heard all of this, and the secretary, and I said, what do you think? The lawyer secretary said, he's a gay. To the secretary, on a table. He was sitting on a table. The secretary was sitting on the bench next to me. And I said, what do you think, sir? And he said, only a gay would talk like that. So, 50 years experience of being a lawyer, 60 years experience of being a lawyer, 20 years of experience of being a lawyer secretary. They both came to the same conclusion in just 1 week of watching that guy's videos. He's a gay. Nobody's going to defend that venue. Nobody. Not him, not anybody else. Nobody talks about that kind of stuff. Now, is he a working gay or a practicing gay and like an out of the closet gay? I don't think so. I don't think that he's an out of the closet gay. I think he's in the closet. And that's okay. Because as Jerry Steinfeld says, there's nothing wrong with being gay. Now, the lawyer didn't say that. Jerry Steinfeld said that. And he says that. He's always quoting Jerry Steinfeld. That guy's gay. You know, there's nothing wrong with being gay. Why does he know and practice and say that line so well? Yep. Because he's got something to hide. And that's okay, because there's nothing wrong with being gay, as Jerry Seinfeld always says. The clown shoes with the orange sun shoelaces. Steve, you're right. He's turned into a fruity interior decorator. You're right. Jimmy will be doing a punchline. I hope that Jimmy, I got to tell you, I hope that Jimmy likes the colors, because that's going to be a lot of work to change all those colors. Jack says he has one orthopedic shoe. I don't know that. $sign drawn in blood of the last person that tried to sneak in on the Fazio compound at night. LOL. Thanks, Scott. That was nation. That should have been private, but that's okay. No one knows whether it's true or not now. Fazio, watch out. Allah will send you an anal selfie. He feels very comfortable in your presence. That's true. Allah could send me anything he wants now. I know Allah. I share a lot of information with Allah. And people say he's going to betray you. He's never going to betray me. He's not that type of person. He's just not that type of person. There are certain people that would, certain people that would not. Jack says, I recently borrowed my neighbor's truck and traded it in. Hope he doesn't find out. Jack, you could have traded it in for cash and SUPACHATted me. So, let's see. Captain Billy Jack, again. I got to go back and upgrade. Again, Captain Billy Jack is putting Jack the contractor to shame. Captain Billy Jack is making Jack look like, he's making Jack look like a hack. Jack the hack. Da-da-da-da. Captain Billy Jack is Captain Billy Jack is chat shaming Jack. Chat shaming Jack. Chat shaming. Captain Billy Jack is chat shaming Jack. Jack, 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 where's your chat? Jack, 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 where's the chat? Jack, 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 where's the chat? Jack, you should be ashamed of yourself, Jack. Everybody is putting you down, Jack. Captain Billy Jack with another super chat puts down Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson is chatless. I threatened my neighbor across the 6-foot privacy fence because my dog crapped in my yard. Well, you got that entire scenario you got backwards, but that's how it works out with the bedroom brawler. Samoan. Allo is still here. 4 gulps, about 7 bubbles each. That reminds me, I do need to drink a little bit more. Oh my God, the Bantayan Brawler. I mentioned the Bantayan Brawler and the Bantayan Brawler. I mentioned the Bedroom Brawler and the Bantayan Brawler. He shows up. Bantayan Brawler. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure you got the message. This morning, I got that thing on order. The Bantayan Brawler is not who you think it is. The Bantayan Brawler, he has given me another super chat. The Bantayan Brawler is responsible for filling up my belly at the Bellevue Hotel 3 days ago. I ate good. Thank you, Bantayan Brawler. You know that super chat of $19.99 that you gave me the other day comes out to like $13, and the bill for the breakfast is $13. So thank you very much. But the Bantayan Brawler has been very, very, very much generous. Way more generous than you guys will ever know in the past and currently as well. Those $19 super chats, those are like small innuendos. Like, hello, Michael. Here's $19.99. Thank you, Bantayan Brawler. Bantayan Brawler is in the house. He's different than the Bedroom Brawler. Bedroom Brawler are opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to mobility. The Bedroom Brawler is not very mobile. The Bedroom Brawler does not get around much. The Bedroom Brawler can barely walk. And the Bedroom Brawler certainly cannot talk proper English. But more so about the Bedroom Brawler, his ability to do math is close to zero. He cannot do the multiplication table. He has no ability to add or subtract. On the other hand, the Bantayan Brawler could probably do 3-digit multiplication in his head on the fly. I'd bet big money, and you don't know why. The Bantayan Brawler is a very smart man. He's up there with the top 2% of mankind. Not many people can match his wits, and not many people would ever try. If they did try, they would end up crying, saying, why can't I be more like the Bantayan Brawler? Everybody I know would be like the Bantayan Brawler. Everybody I know would want to be like the Bantayan Brawler if they could. That is one special Bantayan Brawler. The Bantayan Brawler can do 3-digit multiplication in his head. I would bet my life on that. And he gives me $19.99 in Super Chat, which means I have to update my previous page. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bang a bucket, just say bucket. Bang a bucket, just say bucket. Bang a bucket, bang a bucket, bang a bucket, just say bucket. Say, bang a bucket. Bang a bucket for Aloe de Winter, bang a bucket for Captain Jack, bang a bucket for the Battalion Brawler. Bang a bucket, bang a bucket, bang a bucket for one lonely farmer. Bang a bucket, just say bucket. Nobody, my neighbors walk by, they don't even look anymore. They know. They go, there he goes again. The little fella, he thinks my neighbors get upset. They don't get upset. They laugh. Okay. Okay, Jack, Captain Jack has no content, no headaches, just support. And that's okay. But I mean, you're not a troll. And we're all those friends. So that gives you like 30 brownie points right up front. 30 Fazio. 30 Sky King points. I should do it in Sky King points. It was the first version. DJI would not answer any phones or emails. See, that's another thing with big corporations. $100 extra for the insurance. That's right. $93, I think it is now. $500 for half a flight. That's about what it cost you, too. I wouldn't know anything about a drone. I communicate to work every day via hot air balloon. Says Jack Thompson. Anything to get out of Super Chat, Jack. Anything, any port in a storm, except that port in Bantayan Island. No one would want that. So let's the Bantayan Brawler. Now we're up to the Bantayan Super Chat Brawler. Got to do that again. Bantayan Brawler. He's not the Bantayan Mauler. He's the Bantayan Brawler. His brain does 3-digit multiplication inside his brain without a pencil or paper. A lot more mobile than I could ever hope to be. Yet he's been my friend for many a day, you see. Bantayan Brawler, thank you once again. We have to update the Super Chat on my page. This adds up $30 more. $30 more. Man, this keeps up. If that keeps up, let me get over here. Michael Fazio's construction. Let's see if we can add it up now. We'll add up $30 more onto this Super Chat page. Maybe that's the page. All right, here's the page. I just have to add the Super Chat up and deduct it. Okay. Okay, so we're going to add $30 more. So $645 brings our total up to $675. Okay, then it brings our need for $250, $255 in pledges, minus 30, it's $225. Okay, so we need $225 in pledges to reach the $900 goal. Man, if they had insurance, I would be going for it. The big Maverick. I might even, who knows? I might do that. I don't know. See, which one is this? It's the top one. Okay. It's the top one. Where is the top one? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Bantayan Brawler, thank you. The Brawler strikes again. Jack Thompson, an apropos comment. Jack Thompson gives the Brawler a thumbs up. Jack, you know I'm only kidding with you, so. But I still tried to call you yesterday, and the phone still doesn't work, so you might want to work on that. Captain Billy Jack, well, next time he goes to the closet, tell him to free a lot. He's gonna live. He's gonna live. Imagine if I knew that my future was to live inside an air-conditioned bedroom, I wouldn't build it. I would make that room with no curtains on the window so the mosquitoes kept me up all night and I had to leave in the morning. That guy his life is over. His life is literally over. In more ways than one. At the age of 68 plus almost 2 months now, and at the age of where he walks with instead of walking and the balls of his feet touch first, the front of his feet touches first because he has no balance. His equilibrium is off. His life is a virtual mess in oh so many ways. Good vibes, Captain Billy Jack. Funny stuff. The Hawaiian dog, thank you, Captain Jack. The Hawaiian dog crap video was epic. It was. I'm going to need a bigger boat. From all that super chat. I'm going to need a bigger boat. The People's Champ, Fazio, is going to do the people's work. Bantayan bound, baby. That's right, Scott. Did you hear how many times he denied my ability to fulfill my promises, and how many different veiled threats there were? Even knowing that I have permission, or there is no need for permission, he's an amazing man that he says that stuff. No one needs permission to go anywhere in the Philippines. This will be hilarious. Oh, yeah. Oh. And he's so, the incompetence level of the bedroom blogger. He believes Bantayan Brawler would understand this more than most people. But Bantayan Brawler, this guy believes. This is what he said. Fazio's not going to come to my island. And even if he does, he can't blog the island with $100 drone. It'll run out of battery. This is a big island. What the heck is he talking about? He thinks I'm going to get off the boat and send the drone up into the air and search for some unknown thing that I don't even know what it looks like. He thinks I'm going to put the drone up in the air and somehow search the island, door to door, property to property, street to street, province by province, town by town, rural area to rural area. He thinks I'm going to send a drone up and look for some clue that that's a certain pizzeria or a certain restaurant. I'm not going to do that. He doesn't get it. I told him how I'm going to find the various properties on Bentalion Island. I'm going to go to the police station. What? Listen, little man, listen to this. I'm going to go to the police station. I'm going to the police station. I'm going to stand in front of the police station. I'm going to take some pesos out of my pocket. Say 500 pesos. I'm going to stand in front of the police station. And then I'm going to go like this. Like a Cylon in Battlestar Galactica. When I turn around, I guarantee my Cylon eyes over there. There's a bakery over there. And in that bakery is going to have donuts or something that looks like donuts in the bakery. And I'm going to stand in front of the police station. I'm going to head in the direction of the bakery. I'm going to get a box of donuts. Get a box of donuts. Get a chocolate cake. Go back to the police station and put it in their face. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the donuts in one hand and the box of chocolates in the other hand. All right. And I'm going to go like this. Officer, investigator, lieutenant, sergeant. In this hand, I have a box of donuts. And in this hand, I have a chocolate cake. But I'm not here to talk about donuts or chocolate cake. I'm here to get directions to go to the best pizza parlor on Bentalion Island. And the policeman is going to say, oh, that's easy, Sir Fazio. You just go down the road over there, and one of those police officers are going to give me directions because they know that I'm holding up this box of donuts and this chocolate cake with the intention of giving them the donuts and the cake. They don't even know about the orange soda I got in my bag. But they know they are this far away, literally this far away, from getting a box of donuts and a chocolate cake. All they have to do is give me directions to the best pizzeria in Bentalion Island. But he thinks I'm going to go to get off the boat and start circling the island with a battery that lasts 21 minutes. He's not. He doesn't get it. I'm going directly to the police station. And then I'm going to ask the police for directions. And then I'm going to give them their donuts. They're going to give me directions. They're going to do it. Because I'm going to hold the donuts and the chocolate in front of them like this. I'm going to hypnotize them with the donuts and the chocolate cake. They're going to, ooh, there are donuts. Like, look at this pot. See Aloe's bucket? Look. You are getting ready to give Fazio directions, even if I have to bring the pot. Listen carefully to me, officer. I need directions to the local pizzeria. Officer. I spoke to somebody on the phone. They told me it won't be a problem finding a home to live in while I'm on Bentalion Island. I spoke with someone on the phone. They said I was free to roam. I don't have to have a home there to roam there. I don't have to have a home there to roam there, said officer who's about to get donuts and chocolate cake. They know this. This is a fact. You don't need to have a home there to go roam there. It's true. It's true. Steve Bozo, you are a worthless troll. I've seen you all over other people's channel talking smack about me, and you think that I'm going to let you have a comment on my page? Why? You are one of the most egregious and nasty trolls on any channel that I've ever seen, talking about Miss Daisy May and myself, making fun of this, that, and the other thing, and you think I'm going to allow you a say-so on my channel? You don't think I notice those things? I do. Jack Thompson says, the creep will spew his teeth onto his new floors once he sees the mosquito drones flying overhead. Michael, check your end when you got pissed at me. Apparently, you blocked me. I checked my end. You're not blocked. I see your comments, Jack. Oh, you mean in Skype? Yeah, well, it's not that important to talk to you anyway. Don't worry about it, Jack. I got it covered. I removed you altogether. I removed you from my life. All the comments, all the banter back and forth over the years. I did so willingly and gleefully for your insolence. Make no bone about it. You committed an act of treason against me, whether intentionally or not intentionally. Your insolence was beyond the pale, and I just removed you from every aspect of my life. You're back now. You're back, but I don't care whether I talk to you or not anymore. That part of our life is over. To be honest with you, that I'm not joking about that. What you did was just wrong, and you refused to admit that what you did was wrong. Best friend for years, SUPACHAT, all that stuff kidding aside, what you did was wrong. You know that what you did is wrong. Everybody that I spoke with knows that what you did was wrong. So don't blame me. I tried to get back in touch with you. I don't know. Everything is gone. Everything, every conversation we ever had for all of history is gone. What you did, I told you, was wrong. You refused to accept the responsibility. That's called insolence. You refuse to accept the responsibility for your actions, which could have cost me severe consequences. And you just refuse to accept that. I don't know why, and I'll never know why. But what you did was wrong. So I tried to call you, but I don't really care if I talk to you again. I'm not mad at you anymore. I gave you back your wrench. I talk with you on here. We have some laughs. I don't care. I never cared. I'm never going to care. You know that. What you did was so wrong. And I pointed it out. This goes for all of you people out there. Jack did something way off the charts wrong. I pointed it out. He argued the point with me. I discussed it with several close friends. They all agreed with me, Jack. I'm not kidding. I'm not being facetious. I'm just let the creep make all the videos he wants about this. It doesn't matter. What you did, I could have had severe problems and consequences. Me, I would be the one that would have had those severe consequences, not you. I asked you to remove or undo what you did, and you refused to accept that what you did could have caused severe consequences. I'm being serious now. You people out there that are listening to me, I'm being very serious. What you did could have been very problematic, and you just refused to accept any responsibility for your actions. So as far as everything that we ever had in the past, everything, all of it, all gone. And never to come back. It's gone. Whether or not there's anything in the future, that's to be determined. But what you did was so wrong in oh so many ways If I talk to you, I talk to you. I have no problem talking to you, but I tried to talk to you and your phone has got me blocked. But if you didn't bring it up, I wouldn't say why. But I'm being honest with you. You could have caused me more problems than I need. And you just refuse to accept any responsibility for your actions. It's called insolence. The word is insolence. And it's a real word. And that's what you did. I'm going to move on now. Far be it from me. Imagine no curtains in his place. Bobsy, welcome to the machine, Bobsy. Thank you. Bobsy says it's got his house, his name painted on his roof. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, Jack, but you could have caused me a big problem. Bigger than you could imagine. Way bigger than you could imagine. You just don't take me for my word. You don't take me. You take me as somebody that says something and doesn't mean it. I meant what I said. Bobsy, Jack Thompson says, I think he showed me. I'm not going to mention it again. Please don't mention it again. It got me upset. I think he showed us what he does behind the curtain. Of course, he did that when he was rubbing when he was talking about putting the broomstick in Big E's torso. He does that. Ala de Winter is still here. That's right. That's right. That's right. We don't have to necessarily go to the police. There are other ways. On the phone. I went back there. It was still there. Let's not talk about that anymore. During our conversation, it was there. We'll talk about it. During our conversation, it was there. How long does it have to stay there before you put the idea in somebody's head to do something? We should stop talking about that now. It was wrong. If you would have admitted it was wrong, then none of this would have occurred. But it did occur. And I'm not kidding. And what I told you the consequences would be, not to you, but the consequences. That would have happened. Do I need that? No. But that would have happened. And it would have been partially your fault. You just don't get it. Certain things you could do. I don't know. I don't know why anybody would say that. Any of my friends would say something like that. I have no idea. I don't know. I want to stop it right now. I want the conversation to stop. So, I see a lot of messages were retracted. I don't care about the messages. So, it's not a good way to end the stream, but I'm not going to end the stream just yet. But you have to understand. I told you what could happen. I told you what was going to happen. And it wasn't resolved while we were still in communication with each other. So it was too late at that point. There's no way to undo certain things. Let's take a look at this. Oh, yeah. Popeye OG says, I hate to see the things he Googles. I could show you my Google history. I could open up my Google history to anybody. I'll open it up. I don't care. My Google history is channel mail, library, all up in your geek. The winter mail. Reneg. Someone please give a guy a calculator. Lazada. Mail, subscription, breaking news. how he got the boo-boo on his head, subscriptions. This message is brought to you by Ed Limpet from All Up in Your Geek Show. If my son mows the lawn, that's some stupid short video. Yeah, I don't go anywhere where I'm just making sure that there's nothing personal on here. Here's my Google history. 1041. I would open up my Google history. There's really nothing that I've done here in Google history. Okay, I'll let you guys watch. Give the guy, that's 2 pages, 3 pages. Wife gets too fat. Do you leave her? Turn to porn or cheat? What a worthless upload that was last night. I'm glad I fell asleep. Went to my Hoodwinked by an Angel channel. I did Airplane Crush. I hope I made her day. Some more shorts. How to get out of any arrest. That was some short video that was on YouTube. Alpha Male Construction. Luckiest people in the world, where somebody fell out of an airplane and lived. Snoop Dogg, Crazy Daughter, that was one of those short videos. Some of those short videos are pretty funny. Secrets to Understand Life, Wildcat versus Animal, another short video. What do you call a policeman in bed? Stupid, stupid, stupid. Some of those short videos are just worthless. Undercover Officer. What a stupid waste of time some of those short videos are. Car, short, Mona style, later shorts, dropping anchor in the middle of the ocean. I've done that before. And then it just goes on and on like that. And there's nothing that I go to. I don't go to any crazy sites or anything like that I make you smile. Stupid video. I watched a lot of Efren Reyes videos where he's just an amazing pool player. Absolutely amazing pool player. Just what he does just is astounding. More shorts, more shorts, more shorts. Power level is over 9,000, whatever that means. The T-64 tank getting blown up. Scenes that actor improvised. Nut weight testing tool. That was a good video about how they weigh nuts in a factory. Steel nuts. It's important to recognize behavior so you don't fall for these tactics. Creative DUI, best creative DYI. Opponent blocks you, scary things. Have you seen enough? I don't go to any sites, anytime, ever, that I wouldn't be embarrassed to put those sites up on my page. Never do I go anywhere on the internet that I couldn't show anybody, including anybody that wanted to see them. I just don't go to places like that. So let's see. Whoop, we missed it by 1 here. We missed it by 2. Missed it by 3. Wow, that's the one that I have that up on? Oh, yeah, that's the one. Okay. Okay, so I'm not getting... I kind of wet down, I kind of destroyed the live stream with talking to Jack like that I did, but what Jack did was almost unforgivable, to be honest. I said I'm not going to talk about it, but now Jack just retracted all his comments. I have no idea what he said or why, and I don't really care. So, hey, Aloe, DNC, show us your browsing history, says DNC. My browsing history is, you go back 10 more pages. I don't go to any strange sites. I don't have a Netflix account where they have that. I heard somebody goes to a page with there's little children on it called Cuties. I've never watched that. I never would watch it. I don't even have any porn on my computer. So, to give you an idea, I don't do shit like that. I don't go to search places that I'm going to go to unless they're automotive stores in Cebu or Manila. I don't do any of that shit. Why all the retracted messages? I don't know. Okay, well, apparently. So, I got today's super chat, which I can't show you because I can't find my mirror. I had a mirror. And the mirror would show that today's super chats added up to $439. I wish I knew where that mirror was. Well, I think you could see that. Yeah, you can. Anyway, $439 in super chat. Thank you very much, everybody. So, I'm probably the most honest man on YouTube, bar none, bar none. And I am not gonna, I am not gonna be subjected to anybody on any island's opinion that they're gonna stop me from going to that island by calling up the police and putting me on a blotter. Really? You can't do that. I talked to my lawyer about it. I talked to the police on that island about it. It's not legal. What is legal is that I can't go there and cause a ruckus. That's not allowed. But I can go anywhere I want on that island at any time of the day or night and blog and do helicopter flyovers. I can do anything I want. Anything I want. I wouldn't go over the boundaries of the fence line, but I can blog the island and blog from an aerial point of view anything I want. You guys don't get that. I already got permission from the police to do exactly that. As long as I don't start a problem, there's not going to be a problem. See, he's afraid. Well, he's afraid. That's the problem. He's afraid. He's afraid that somebody's going to go to his island and start a problem. I have no intention of starting a problem. Hosing down his fisher. Aloe, show us your browsing history. Aloe says LOL. That's true. I would not. You know, actually, I know Aloe, so I can't even be funny and say, if I had to say, if I had to make a bet, I would bet that Aloe's history could be made public without any repercussions. Now, what I would say is that Aloe probably does things privately through investments and businesses that he wouldn't want to make public in his chat history, but I don't do such things. So, but I would say that Aloe would not make his chat history public because of his investments. That I would believe that. Now, I don't know he has investments, but I would believe that. Or because of his friends, or because of his job. And his job he may not want made public. Me, what I do is what I do. I'm not embarrassed about anything that I do or say. It's just not going to happen. So let me show you. The tide is up. Ooh, the tide is high tide. I might take advantage of that. Take a walk. Yeah, baby. Tide is high. And it's an incoming tide, too. It's going to be coming in for another hour. Jack Thompson is back. Hey, Jack. Michael, I retracted my comments because I feel that they may have been a bit angry. I'll never be angry with you, but you choose to make YouTube fodder for the creep. I'll retract this on. I'm not real sure what that means. I've retracted my comments because I feel they may have been a bit angry. That's okay. You're entitled to that. I'm not even. You're entitled to be mad. You're entitled to that. But I was entitled to do what I did. Okay? What your anger on YouTube, what would that cost you? Nothing. But what you did could have been very much so problematic for me. I fail to understand what you don't get. You could have cost me tens of thousands of dollars just as on a fiduciary level, at a minimum, and much more. I feel like the guy in Mobile. It's true. What you could have caused a major inconvenience. So you retracted them because you're angry. You're allowed to be angry, and I'm allowed to be angry, and I'm allowed to even forgive you because of our past friendship. I always said you're my friend, and you'll always be my friend. Now we're friends again. Let's not let this little incident. I just want people to understand me, not just that it's just the bedroom brawl. I will not put up with that from anybody. That the bedroom brawler thinks that because he got away with something, that he got away with it. He did not. He thinks because he lives in some obscure place that one day somebody like Drake or the other guy from Mobile won't go see him. He thinks that because in his head, as messed up as he is with comments and defaming people's wives and girlfriends, as messed up as he keeps talking about Daisy May, that she's with some stinky, swelly, sweaty, sweat hog walrus. How could she sleep with him? He thinks that's okay, that stuff, to say that. It just means that up until this very moment, right now, to some degree, he got away with it. But it doesn't mean he will always be able to call Miss Dimples the C word, or always be able to state things about the guy in Mobile, which are probably not true, that he did yesterday. One day, one of those people will catch up with him, and he'll have regrets. Now, he's always talking about how we'll have regrets. I'll regret this. Wait till he shows people what he's going to do in the future. I don't care about any of that. It ain't never going to happen. That much I know. And if he thinks it's going to happen, then he thinks it's going to happen, but it ain't never going to happen. Look at the amount of effort that he's put into the guy in Mobile. What? 3 years of a daily routine, bashing back and forth between the two of them, and nothing ever happened? It's not always like that. He needs to understand that there are repercussions. And one day, somebody like, I think I've listened to Drake. I don't think Drake is a violent man. But he tried to put Drake in prison for years to go do something to an enemy that he has. That's the second time this year that he's done that he's tried to get somebody to come. One time he was successful. And he will eventually understand that that was a mistake. So when you people out there abusing me, calling me a liar, and he has no money, and he's never going to buy a rebar bender, and never going to build a hotel, and Daisy left him because he's a fat, stinky walrus, all that crap, that goes over in one ear and out the other. One day, maybe, he'll understand that that was wrong to do, and then it'll be too late. It's not complicated. Well, DNC. I bet it's stuff like how to shag a llama. I would imagine that his history is full of little tidbits of information like that. How to shag a llama. I gotta sing. DNC says shag a llama. If you want, you can ask the enemy of Obama how to shag a llama. He probably knows. He probably knows. The enemy of Obama probably knows how to shag a llama. I would imagine it goes something like this. The bedroom brawler will get in his position from behind the llama, from behind the llama, from behind the llama, and then he'll take out his Vienna sausage and feed it to the llama to fatten him up. And once the llama is fattened up and has had a full meal, the llama will want to get sleepy and kneel. That's when the enemy of the mobile blogger will get on his knees and give it to him good. I suggest the llama never lets down his guard. Otherwise, the llama is in for the ride of his life. DQ, look what you did. DQ, look what you did. Okay, back to the comments. What is a pink sock? I don't know. Michael, always love from Jack Thompson. Thanks, Jack. I know we're going to get through this because I know you're a good man. I know that. And that's why we're still friends. Thank you. Don't Google that, though. What is a pink sock? No, I don't know. I don't know what a pink sock is. I would imagine, Steve, coming from you, and you've been really good on my channel the last couple of months, 5 or 6 months, and I saw many times where you said, I don't know why people call Steve 2509. He's all over everybody's channel as a troll, friend and foe. But Steve made a comment on a couple of people's channels to this effect. I don't know why people get all over Fazio for being a scammer. He's never scammed anybody, and I never have. Wait. Here's proof. I'll show you proof. Proof is in the pudding, right? I wanted $900 to get a drone. And I wanted my subscribers to pay for that drone that I wanted, okay? And I said $900 would put me on a trip to a certain island, and now we're going to blog some restaurants, and $900 will do that. And I said that when I get $900, I'm going to take a trip and I'm going to buy a drone. Except I lied about that. I said I'm going to buy a drone when I get $900. But you know what? I said, you know what? I'm going to just buy the drone because people keep saying I'm broke. I'm not broke. I don't know where they get that idea from. Okay, so here's the drone that I bought. I already bought it. I bought it 2 days ago. Your order will be delivered on July 20th or 23rd of 2022. The order was generated in behind that tape. There's a shipping number. But the order was generated 2 days ago, I believe. So did I buy the drone? Yeah. Did I beg for the drone? I asked for money for the drone. Yeah, I did that. But then when I realized, maybe these people think I'm not going to buy the drone because you have the Bantayan bedroom brawler saying he's never going to buy a drone. Well, I bought a drone, and I bought a drone before I got the money. Then, after I sent out a notice that I bought the drone, then the subscriptions and the super chats started flowing because they know I'm going to Bentayan Island. They know that now. Well, they know I was going to spend the money on a drone. Even that $900, it only pays for the drone, doesn't pay for my trip. I'm going to eat the expenses for my trip because I want to go blog the Bentayan Island. And I'm going to do that. So now they know that the drone is coming on July 20th. I'll play with it for a few days and I'll take a trip. Nobody's going to stop me. No police are going to be at the dock waiting for me. No police are going to say you can't go here or you can't go there. They're just going to say, don't cause any problems. We agreed on that on the phone. What doesn't, and if he calls up the police and says, did anybody call you up telling you that they're going to give you donuts? Are you stupid, dude? You think I told the police that? That's your job, to rat me out to the police. That's what you do. You're a rat. And you could do that. It's up to you. I put it on public. It's public knowledge. I'm going to the police. But you think I'm going to talk to the police and tell them I'm going to bring them donuts as a bribe? Hell no. But when I ask the police a question, I have a legitimate reason to ask that question. They'll give me the information I want, donuts or no donuts. They're going to give me the information. But they're not going to tell you I called up. That's my point. The police are not going to tell you that I called up and asked them for permission to go to a pizzeria. They're not going to do that. You are a fool, dude, to believe that the police are going to give you information that I called up. You're a fool to believe that. They're not going to, they don't do that. Police don't do that. So when I called up, they said, knock yourself out, Mr. Fazio. Give him my name, give him my telephone number, give him my email address. Knock yourself out, Mr. Fazio. They don't care, dude, and they certainly don't care about you. That I got. That much I got. But you'll be, you don't get that. You don't get that. So let's go back to the comments. It's not something you want to put your foot in. A pink sock. Okay. Is that like a prison wallet? A pink sock? So, Google purple. I'm not going to Google it. Anyway, Steve25901 said, in multiple people's videos, why is everybody call Fazio a scammer? I never took money. When I got money from Warren, I spent it on a computer and a phone, like he said. It was supposed to be for a computer, but I bought a computer and a phone. I didn't scam him. Warren was supposed to be my partner. It wasn't a scam. That was real. I have permits and plans. That was real. Because that piece of human fecal tissue said that I don't have permits and plans because he wanted to degrade me or make me out to be a liar. Doesn't mean it's true. And I have still given you everybody the opportunity to bet me 5,000 US dollars. That I could come up with in a flash. In just one trip to the city. I'll bet you 5,000 US dollars that I have plans and permits dating back to before 2018, the spring of 2018. Want to bet? Plans and permits with all the signatures on the plan. But he keeps saying I don't have plans or permits because there's something wrong with him in his head. He keeps saying that I can't go to his island. He's wrong about that. And just how wrong he is, he's going to see soon. Because now when I get the drone, I'm going to do a couple of practice runs and I'm going on vacation. And Steve said, I never scammed anybody. I never did. So before I said I want $900 to get a drone and for a vacation. Now, when I get to $900, it only pays for the drone. And half the trip, half the fare Okay? Maybe I'll get more when I get there. Maybe I'll get a lot more when I get there. Maybe not. I don't care. I said I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. And I said, when I said I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. You have to understand, I'm not like that guy. Blah, 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 blah. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Every day with the other guy, I'm not like that. He's going to pay for his insolence. I'm not broke, says Jack Thompson. Jack knows. This is a super stream. Yeah, I like, wow, it is. It's going on 5 hours. Jeez. That's a long, he gets very upset that I do these long streams. You know how upset he's going to be that I did this long stream? Oh, very upset. Very, very fucking upset. He gets upset that I do these long streams because this is cutting into his private time. Now he's got a 6-hour video to review for slights against his person, his beautiful, wonderful, karmic aura of a person. He's got, and now he's got to fit my 6-hour live stream in with the other guy from Mobile's 2 hours that he's going to do. Roberto has posted a couple of things that he's going to want to see. So now he has about 8 hours of video review to do before he does anything else. That's why he gets upset that I do these long streams. He doesn't talk about it. He screams he doesn't talk about anything. I talked about drones. I talked about permission to go to any island you want and do anything you want as long as you don't cause a problem. I talked about giving the police donuts as a comedy routine. I talked about how to buy a drone, how to use Lazada's website when it was failing. I got it to work. How much drones are, how far they go, how long the controllers can control the drone, what phones to use with the drone, what phones can't be used. I talked about 100 different viable subject matters. If somebody else doesn't want to listen to it, that's okay. There was some worthless, absolutely worthless live stream last night about women that weighed more than 250 to 300 pounds. And they talked about that and the men that go out with those women for, I don't know, I fell asleep. You want to talk about a worthless live stream. Why? Drama, for the drama effect, for the shock attempt. It was like it was about women that weighed, I guess, borderline 300 pounds, or maybe more. And how every time you see a woman that weighed almost 300 pounds was going out with a skinny man. But this one, last night, this was more disgusting than the average 300-pound woman video. It was about two 300-pound women, or borderline 300-pound women, and how they both made love to each other and also to the man that they were both in love with. And I turned it on, not knowing what it was, and then I jumped into bed as just background music, as background noise, and they were talking about, these two black women were talking about how they themselves perform with one another, and the man was talking about how he performs with them and how much all three of them like it. I don't know. I fell asleep shortly I mean, I don't know. I fell asleep shortly after that. I don't know how long I listened to that. About a minute, and I fell asleep. I don't know I don't know what the outcome was, but that's true. That's true. What's up, Steve? WTF Hate Crew? Yes. Piss the prunk. Piss the prunk. Hey, one nut says WTF. What's up, Steve? Michael Fazio threw out the law and the creep swallowed. I don't know what that means. The bait. Oh, the bait. The bait. The TB. The bait. One nut is living in a piece. Now, I don't know that. I wouldn't say that it's a piece of fecal tissue. I wouldn't say that. When a man talks about something as much as he does, that's messed up. That I would say. I wouldn't say it's a. You know what? All right, so WTF, he has a point. Okay, from your perspective, right? It's a piece of garbage, the house, yeah? Okay. But from my perspective, as a contractor, the house is not a piece of garbage. It's well made. It's a well-built house, and they did a lot of work in it. But would I live there? WTF, Allo, Scott, Jack, all of you guys, take my word for this or not. I would live here in my shack long before. If you gave me the house and paid the electric bill forever and the water bill forever and bought me food forever, I wouldn't live in that house. And why? I'll show you why. Take about 10 seconds to make you understand. See this? The view? I could see the ocean. I could see the ocean from my house. I could see people going out diving, skin diving, snorkeling, swimming. I can walk to a white sand beach in 60 seconds from my house. I would never live in his house. You couldn't give me his house. I wouldn't live there. It just wouldn't happen. So, would I live there? You couldn't give it to me. You couldn't even say, Mike, here's this house. So for me, it would not be a viable option. But for him, he doesn't swim. He doesn't scuba dive. He never plans on buying a boat. Wouldn't have the wherewithal to own a boat anyway. Boats are a lot of work, so I wouldn't blame him for that. But is his house a piece of garbage? No. Would I live there? Absolutely not. I can't see the water from his house. What is the point of waking up in the morning if you can't see the ocean? There is no point. Nothing. There's no validity to waking up in the morning if you can't see the ocean. There's no validity anywhere, living anywhere, if you can't get to the ocean in under a minute. And if you can't see it, getting there in under a minute does not count. Okay? So, if it's not near the ocean, I'm not interested. Just enjoying the camaraderie of ball breakers, says Steve 25901. Thank you, Steve. Trust me. Ha ha ha. Wait. It's living in a piece of. When a man talks about something as much as he does, then it's messed up. That's true. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. And I will also tell you, it's really nothing to be that proud of. I mean, it's an accomplishment, yes. But he doesn't look at it as an accomplishment. That's why he can't show it where it is. Because he's made so many enemies. And that's another thing he does. He constantly talks, Fazio's made a lot. I don't care. I haven't made a lot of enemies. The one person that came and did something did it on his behalf. But nobody else ever bothered me. And I don't plan on anybody else ever bothering me in the future. One other person did mention it. That caused a big problem. But he's always trying to get one person to do somebody else's dirty work. Because he's a coward. He himself is a coward to do it himself. He's never going to go meet the guy in Mobile. The guy in Mobile is never going to go meet him. I already saw the fella in Mobile declined. There's lots of Discord groups out there. Someone sent me a private message yesterday morning that a Discord group would be willing to fund a trip for the guy in Mobile to go to the other guy's house. And I didn't pay any attention to it. But then I went and I was watching his live stream, and someone offered him the money to go to the other guy's house. And he said, no, I don't want that. Okay, so that means he's not going to go to the other guy's house. Even if his trip was paid for, he's not going. They're never going to meet. I'll be there long before anybody else. Now, that's a concrete house. That'll withstand a typhoon. Baiting. It's a good house until the next typhoon. That's a well-built house. I don't know what the roof is, though. I haven't seen the roof yet, but that could change any day now. Spoo driver. All right, hold on a minute. You guys, I gotta go get, actually, I'll be back in a moment. I don't have to tell you what I'm gonna do. I'll be back in a moment. Give me a moment. And then you guys probably should start to wind down because I have something else that I'm probably gonna go do outside in the backyard. The sun has passed over the perimeter of the container. And when the sun passes over the container, it gets cool where I want to do some small work. Silence is golden. Even I enjoy the silence for the moments that it was golden. Yes, sir. I'm coming, Sapphire. Another 30 seconds and I'll be back. I want to thank everybody for the $439 in Super Chat. Banging the pot. I will bang the pot one more time and say goodbye. That was a very successful day. It brings back the old days. That's another thing that man did. He spent 2 years flagging every video on my Hoodwinked by an Angel channel. 2 years. He went through 7,000 videos. And flagged everything he thought that was flaggable. And I lost my Super Chat. I should back charge him for that. I can't do that. And to be honest, if I didn't have stuff that was not proper on that channel, if I didn't say stuff that broke the rules, I would still have my Super Chat on Hoodwinked by an Angel. So, although he ratted me out for stuff I did years ago, it was still stuff I did that broke the rules. Now, I didn't break the rules at the time that I put that stuff up on my Hoodwink channel. At the time, if I opened up my Hoodwink by an Angel channel, you might go there and see 7,200 videos, public videos. You might go there and see that much. But I'm going to tell you something. There's 4,000 videos that are set on private that he didn't see either. Because as the rules changed since 2012 and political comedy became less and less allowable, I removed more and more content. Like I had videos of Mr. Obama scuba diving. That was funny stuff, not problematic. But I had videos let's leave it. I did a lot of stuff to Mr. Obama, okay? A lot of things I did to Mr. Obama. I did a lot of things to the Mr. Obama doll. I could apologize now. I could say I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Obama, for the things I did and the things I said and the way I treated you. Remember when I took you water skiing, Mr. Obama? Remember I took you water skiing on my 65th birthday? You remember that, right, Mr. Obama? Remember when I took you scuba diving the year before, 2 years before? And I made sure that you had enough weight to get you down so that you wouldn't be neutrally buoyant. Remember I did that to you, Mr. Obama? You remember that. Those were good times, right, Mr. Obama? Oh, yeah, Michael Fazio, those were good times. Well, the Bantayan, the bedroom brawler, he went through every one of my videos. And the ones I missed, he flagged. And I did not get a strike for some of them. But because of what was in the video, even though I didn't get a strike for some of them, I did get one strike out of 7,000 videos that he said, I'm going to go through every one of your videos and I'm going to flag every one. He said that. He was clear as day that he said that. And he did. And apparently I missed some of the videos that I might have said something off color or off key. And he got my super chat taken down. Theoretically, he should be back charged for that money. But on the other hand, if I didn't say those things in the video, I would not have lost my super chat. So what's fair is fair. Got to call it a wash. But he did go through the trouble to go through 7,000 videos to flag every slight to whether the slight was to a politician, to a country, to a religion, to an ethnic group, no matter how small the slight or how big, he went through every video. And because of those political videos that I did that were perfectly acceptable in 2010, 12, 13, 14, 15, because they changed the rules in 2016, he made note of it to Google, and Google took my super chat away. Does he think I forgot that? I did not. Did not forget that. I did not forget it. Believe me when I tell you, I didn't forget it. But again, like I said, it was my fault that stuff was not removed or in the videos in the first place, especially the Mr. Obama stuff. He flies. Remember I made Mr. Obama fly? I did. I made Mr. Obama fly. So, but that's the kind of sickness that he has in his mind, to go through 7,000 videos one at a time. It took him a couple of years. He told me he was going to do it. And he told me, I'm going through every one of your videos. What was I supposed to do? Remove 7,000 videos? He got my super chat taken. This channel was already set up with thousands of subscribers that no one even knew about. So, and this channel, I don't make the same mistakes. To go through 7,000 public videos would have taken me 20,000 hours. I don't know how many days or weeks or months that is. So I had a choice to make everything private where he wouldn't see it, or just leave it up there, lose my super chat. My channel's still there, but he's gone through all my videos. There's no more flaggable videos. I went through some, he went through the others. But that's the kind of sickness that prevails in his mind. But he thinks that people forget about that. He's always threatening to take the guy from Moleball's channel down and lose his super chat. He's not a well person. He's not well in the mind. Everybody knows this. And soon it will become even more predominant. The older he gets, the more vicious he becomes. And the more he lies. And the more consequences there will be. Those days were awesome. He was the worst free diver in history, Mr. Obama. Yeah, he was not real good at that. So I'm going to bang a pot and say thanks, and then we're going to say goodbye. I got something that I want to do while it's shady outside. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Captain Jack. Thank you very much, Jack Thompson. Thank you very much, Scott Del Fuego. Salamat Alu. Salamat DNC. Thank you, Steve 25901. Salamat Bantayan Brawler. Thank you, everybody. I think there was one other person that I missed. Bobsy. Thank you, Bobsy's channel. Salamat. Salamat. And I think we got it all now. I watched a good movie yesterday. The Bantayan Brawler. $19.99 from the Bantayan Brawler. $10 from Captain Jack. $10 again. Let me go through it. I'll show it to you. Thank you very much. Get him a little bit. Give him a little bit of high blood. High blood. Here we go. High blood. Let's see. Let's make sure there's no more. A little bit of high blood for the narrowback Bantayan Brawler. $19.99. Thank you. Salamat. Captain Billy Jack. $10. Shame on you, Jack. Salamat. There is another $10 super chat from Captain Billy Jack. Here it is right here. Captain Billy Jack, $10. Free aloe, buy shrooms. Don't worry, be happy. Woof, that's true. And here we come to the big one. Yep, the big one. The big one can't be seen anymore. It's $399. And it's just one comment up from this. That's amazing. It's one comment up from right here. It's a $399 super chat from One Lonely Farmer. I don't know why there's such a time delay. There's a time delay of several minutes. Thank you, everybody. I got as much fun as I had. I have to make a decision. Should I up it to the Maverick 3? Probably not. I just can't justify. If there was insurance, I would be going now. But there's no insurance. So at this point, the $645 that I collected in Super Chat is over $400, $450. The drone is about $585. So another $130 of actual monies. But that $130 is covered from my Patreon donations, which I'm switching over to my drone fund. Just theoretically, mentally, I'm going to switch it over. So basically, the drone is paid for. And then when I get up to the $900, that will give me about $200 for travel fees. That's what But I know that I'm going to get that because now people are going to see that I'm not messing around here. I'm going to Manhattan Island to blog the pizzerias and the beachfront properties and the hotels and anywhere else I choose, baby, because I can and I will. And nobody has the right legally to stop me from doing such. And if he thinks that he does, I suggest he takes a walk over to the police station or a ride, whatever, and asks them if what he says is legal. It's not. Thanks again, everybody. I'm Pink Permy, and remember, I wouldn't live in his house if he gave it to me with 10 years worth of electric and water bills and food, because then I would not be able to see the ocean from my front window. I'm Pink Permy from the Philippines, baby. And well, we'll talk about the next thing the next time. Thanks, everybody. Aloe. I forgot to say thanks to Aloe. Bye-bye for now. I'm Pink Permy, baby, from the Philippines, baby. That's right. I'm Pink Permy. Goat boy. That man has about 15 goats now. No joke. 15 goats. Oh, yeah.